Good afternoon. Welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee hearings for Tuesday, February 27th. We have 116 witnesses for 17 bills today. So welcome, everybody. Buckle up. Also, just want to acknowledge the great work of all our floor leaders today defending the work of the committee. So with that, let's start with HB 1035, Delegate Rosenberg, real property, insufficient condo reserve account grant fund establishment. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I apologize for being a little late. You well know the issue that this legislation would address because you've already moved House Bill, I believe it's 280, that would address this problem of people who live in condos and as a result of the tragedy in Florida, are now justifiably required to amass a contingency fund for should there be such problems. I mean, when there certainly may be some parts of the state where you've got, well, there wasn't, in Florida, it wasn't a matter of being near the water, but in the heart of my district and in other districts, and that's why you moved 280. And we've been working with Delegate Holmes, and he is aware of our problem here, that the more there is a need for assistance, monetary assistance for people, and I have witnesses who will speak to this from a personal perspective. And we would just hope that as 280 works its way through the process, that we can piggyback the specific concerns that are raised here, and that Delegate Holmes is aware of, and no doubt the subcommittee is aware of, that this committee can, with this bill, we want you to be aware of the specific issues in other parts of the state, and how this is an important, and we would argue a necessary instance where the state needs to step in, because so many of these folks simply can't afford to provide their share, to put up their share of the cost of the necessary cost, for this preventive allocation. And so it is a legitimate place for state assistance in maintaining properties for people who are long-term residents. And gosh, I can recall some of you may be in units before I was a legislator, and there was such a time. We dealt with the issue of conversion of apartments to condominiums. Did any of you, I don't know if any of these people had to live through that, but I worked with the Baltimore City delegation, worked with the Montgomery County delegation, and specifically with Blair Lee IV to bring about a bill that provided protection to apartment owners apartment renters, when their apartments were being converted to condominium, so that they weren't just out on the street at the end of their lease. They got some assistance, not from the state, but the state required that there be assistance from the condo converter. And I think there is some analogy here, that here are people who are living in condos, perhaps from units where that protection came into place some 40 plus years ago. And it's now incumbent upon us as the state to assist these people in their ownership, both their individual ownership and the property as a whole. Thank you very much. Whoever. Lisa? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Lisa Budlow with the CHI program in Baltimore can go first, and then we'll have individuals who live in these apartments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Lisa Budlow. I'm the CEO of HI. We're a community-based housing provider in Northwest Baltimore, both the city and the county. We have about 22 condo buildings in our general service area, and many of the owners of those buildings are older adults living on a fixed income. And so for the past several years, HI's been hearing from these older adults when they're faced with increased assessments in the buildings where they live, and they tell us that these assessments are just beyond their capacity to pay, and they're really fearful that they're going to lose their homes. One building nearby was facing significant structural repairs and assessed unit owners about $10,000. HI was able to help some of the unit owners apply for CARES Act funding at the time, but some of the unit owners we learned of did lose their units as a result of their inability to pay. Recently, we received a request from another smaller condo that needed a roof repair, and they were assessing $2,300. And we heard from owners who just simply couldn't afford even that amount, $2,300, and they're looking for help. The condo buildings in our area were built in the 60s and 70s. They're in various states of disrepair. They don't have sufficient funds in their reserve, and there's a gap. The unit owners know that they need the reserve study. They need to fund it. They understand it's required and important. They just don't have the money to be able to fill the gap themselves. And so this bill offers a practical solution to resolve this issue. The older adults keep their homes, the buildings get repaired, the buildings will retain their value, and that will protect the investment of the older condo owners and also contribute to the strength of the neighborhood around them. So it's a practical solution to really what is a critical need, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosalie Sklar, and I am a 90-year-old widow for the past 20 years. And I have been living in one of these high-rise condo buildings along the Park Heights area for about 13 years now. It's a very nice building, and we have a lovely group of residents. But recently, unfortunately, a lot of our conversation has turned to what is going to take place with this reserve study and the fact that so many of us are on limited incomes, like Social Security, and not working anymore, obviously, because of age. There is a lot of concern about where will we be ending up. Some people just do not have the funds, as Lisa said, to begin to pay for what they are asking. We recently had an assessment in our building that was much larger than what we usually have, and that was extremely difficult for many of these residents, including myself. So we are just at our wits' end. I know you often hear people say it's whether we buy medicine or we buy food, but some of these residents are going through that right now. And it would just be amazing if there would be some way that we could get some help that I know some of you are trying to provide. So thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon. My name is Delia Ben. I'm 78 years old. My husband's in his mid-80s, and we live in a high-rise North Baltimore, North Park Heights. Most of the people that we are friendly with, or people that live around us in our building and in the area, are living on fixed incomes and very dependent on Social Security. And the thought that an assessment could be levied on us that we wouldn't be able to meet is extremely frightening. You know, when you get to our age and you have no other resources except what you've managed to, what you've got, and there's no other way of augmenting it, it's very, very frightening. So when we heard about this bill and we heard about the possibility of an assessment coming in, we all started feeling extremely insecure because we don't know what we're going to do. And if we have to sell our units in order to pay the assessment or have to walk away from the units, which we hope would never happen, where would we find low-income housing at our stage? And where would we find enough of it for all the seniors or low-income people in the condos around us? So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you all for being here, especially the actual residents. Are there any questions for the sponsor or this panel? I do not see any, so thank you, Professor Rosenberg, and thanks to your panel. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 1035. Do we have Delegate Grammer or someone from his office? Huh.
It's the easiest way we can get it.
Do we have Delegate Griffith? Delegate Naraki, are you familiar with HB 417, Baltimore County Nuisance Actions Community Association? You want to present the bill? Because this is the bill hearing and the sponsor's not here. Delegate Otto, do you want to do the Somerset County bills? Are you prepared? You want to do that? Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Delegate Otto.
Here for 417.
Are you Delegate Grammer?
No, I'm not. I'm a witness.
Okay, we need the delegate or his staff member. So as soon as he's here, we'll try to bring you up, but we're going to go with our friend, Delegate Otto, Somerset County Fire Rescue and Emergency Medical Services, HB 975.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I have with me Yvette Cook representing Somerset County government today. This is a bill that we're all suffering from. We're on the commission form of government and need authority to set up a lot of different things for the county. And this is dealing with emergency management and medical and fire and rescue operations. It would set up a council to provide that and make recommendations to the county commissioners how it would go forward and be managed. With that, I ask for your favorable report, and I am Delegate Otto, Chairman of the Somerset County Delegation. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Yvette Cross, the Emergency Services Director for Somerset County, and I'm here on behalf of the Somerset County Commissioners Board, and they wish to express their support for this bill 975. At this time, Somerset County Commissioners do not have a specific authority to establish an entity or body to administer the county's affairs relating to fire, rescue, and emergency medical services. A recent look at the current state of the local fire and EMS system shows there's a clear need for unified leadership and accountability in order to deliver the best possible service to the residents and visitors of Somerset County. Approval of this bill will allow Somerset County to establish an emergency services advisory council to provide commissioners with recommendations. Thank you for your time and interest in consideration. Sorry.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Otto or his panelists? I do not see any. That concludes the bill hearing HB 975. Delegate Otto, do you want to keep going?
Yes, I'm here to introduce House Bill 976. This is a funding bill. We do it on a 6-year basis for the fire companies in the county. The county sets it up so they know over a period of time of what kind of revenues they'd be able to get from the county or support from the county. This is the third time I've had the opportunity to present this similar bill, and it increases by about 2% and goes through 2030 over that period of time. Again, Yvette is here to present for the county.
Okay, again, the county commissioners would like to express their support of House Bill 976. We have 8 volunteer fire companies in Somerset County, and the commissioners have provided funding to those companies for over 45 years. Annually, the Board of County Commissioners appropriate certain amounts to the volunteer fire companies. Approval of this bill will allow Somerset County to continue to support the volunteer fire companies and assist them in keeping up with capital expenditures such as purchasing, operating, and repairing fire apparatus. This is a public local law for Somerset County, be no cost to the state. Again, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this bill for Delegate Otto?
Mr. Chairman, if I may add, these volunteer companies have had a challenge over the COVID experience, the close down of the fundraising activities that they had, and this is important for them to continue on. And hopefully the previous bill with the commission will have some recommendations that we can go from there. I ask for your favorable report.
Thank you again. I don't see any questions. That concludes the bill hearing HB 976. Delegate Otto, you want to do HB 977, Somerset County Sale of Property, Revels Neck Road?
Yes, I'm Delegate Otto, Chairman of the Somerset County Delegation. We have before us today House Bill 977. It gives our commission form of government the ability to sell a certain surplus property that they have. And with me is our economic development chairman for Somerset County that would know the background of this property that we're seeking to sell.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for moving Somerset County up on the agenda. Makes life easier. So thank you and your delegation. As Delegate Otto mentioned, I'm Danny Thompson, Somerset County Economic Development, here representing the Somerset County Commissioners. This bill would give the right for Somerset County to sell a single site or multiple site development of the property for the county industrial park. Under the previous administration, Somerset County received $3.3 million from that was awarded to the Tri-County Council, and the Somerset County Commissioners acquired 167 acres of land to create an industrial park. Since then, we've been provided chop tank fiber, power, gas that is there on the site. And so we're in the stage now where we would like to be able to entertain different developers in purchasing the property. We ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Delegate Otto or this his witness? Okay, let's get our Somerset County friends
Thank
home,
you.
Delegate Otto. Thanks for filling in. That concludes bill hearing HB 977. Before we turn to the next bill, I missed an unfavorable witness on HB 1035. If she's in the waiting room, Nelda Fink, is she there? And Ms. Fink, I apologize. I'm used to having you in the room, so please.
Yes, I know. Thank you. And now I have to find the right document. Okay. So hello, I'm in committee. I'm Nelda Fink, and I do live in a lower income common ownership community, and I appreciate the testimonies of the others and agree with them. Respectfully, however, I oppose this bill because it is the wrong tool for a much larger problem than is being addressed here. Putting state money into a pot for the wrong tool is a waste of taxpayers' money. What if a unit owner applies for this fund and doesn't get the grant? The owner is then probably going to be forced to sell while under extremely grave circumstances, perhaps even foreclosure. This is not providing the protections to the citizens this bill is attempting to target. What if multiple owners in the same community apply for this grant and some get approved and others do not? Or what if none of them get approved? Now you have a large number of foreclosures all in the same community, leaving possibly a large number of people homeless. And what of that community? Now they cannot fund the reserve study because units are in the process of being sold. And while that is happening, the assessments to cover the reserve study are becoming in arrears, making the sale of the unit even more expensive and more difficult. This bill gives the applicant a false sense of protection and security that could result in a huge glut of empty units in one community. Just like Baltimore City, with blocks upon blocks of empty houses. The city cannot get revenue from them that are empty, and the same will happen with low-income communities whose members apply for this grant and don't get approved. I personally do not think you have accurate statistics to project how many people will be needing this grant because I believe it's huge. We are not talking about wealthy communities. This bill is targeting low-income residents, and many times the whole community is low income. So what really needs to happen is either a bill that applies to the whole community or a relaxation on the reserve study requirements based on the income level of the community as a whole. The true root cause of this, as the delegate mentioned earlier, is the new legislation requiring reserve studies to be funded to greater levels than are really necessary and at levels that are just not affordable by the community members in the low income and smaller communities. So with all of that, with all due respect, I pray for an unfavorable report.
Thank you. I do not see any questions, but I apologize again, Ms. Fink, for overlooking the virtual witness on this list. That once again concludes the bill here on HB 1035. We'll now turn to our favorite guest, HB 926, Delegate Griffith, Maryland Building Performance Standards, Local Request for Guidance, Religious Considerations. And please bring up your panel.
Well, I got some good news and bad news. The good news is I'm back with all my friends here at ENT. The bad news is this is the last time you're going to see me this session, at least in committee. So, but I think 5 is pretty good. I'm not sure it's at a record, but we're going to try. So, got everybody here? All right. So I've worked really hard to make sure all my bills are very concise and simple and easy this session, this committee. And unfortunately, that streak's coming to an end as well. So thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Mike Griffith. I'm requesting a favorable report on HB 926, Maryland Building Performance Standards, Local Request for Guidance, Religious Considerations. And so I'm sorry, this is a little bit of a technical bill. I'm going to go in a little detail in my testimony. I apologize for that because it's a small little tiny problem to fix with a big explanation. And I wish I could make it more concise, but I just don't know how to do that for this bill. So last year, it was brought to my attention by a local synagogue in Harford County, the Harford Shabbat, that their new structure would require the installation of occupancy sensors required by the state and local adoption of the International Energy Conservation Code. The installation of the occupancy sensors posed severe concerns with practices for observation of the Sabbath for the community, since it would severely limit their ability to utilize structures during the Sabbath when the lights would automatically be activated if someone walks into a room. This would be considered utilizing electricity during a period when that's prohibited. This was not only a grave concern for the synagogue, but also a violation of their right to freely express and practice their faith. In order to address this, HB 926 requires the Maryland Department of Labor, in consultation with the Office of the Attorney General, to provide guidance regarding implementation and enforcement of the Maryland Building Performance Standards as the implementation and enforcement relates to religious observance, practices, or belief. So why do we require guidance on this matter when the codes in question could simply be changed to allow for religious exemption, because the code can't be changed to provide for this allowance in any capacity? In 2009, the federal government provided monetary incentives to states to update energy codes through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. During this update, Maryland made amendments to require mandatory adoption of the IECC codes within localities and prohibited weakening the provisions of the IECC by state and local jurisdictions. From this, it was stipulated that if localities committed to adopting the latest energy codes as outlined in the Recovery Act and were found to be 90% compliant after adoption, they would receive monetary federal incentives. This was done in a way to force compliance and set the codes in stone. However, it was not in 2015, during a code update, which takes place every 3 years, that the occupancy sensors were first required in buildings. In 2015, they were required for commercial buildings, and then in 2021, the requirement included residential. And it was from this where the requirement to run the sensors 24/7 stemmed, and religious entities began experiencing problems. Since Maryland had made amendments to require the mandatory adoption of the codes back in 2009, and since there were further stipulations that the codes could not be weakened in any capacity, there was no outlet for religious entities to seek relief once the sensor codes initiated. In essence, localities were and are currently faced with the reality that on one side, they must comply with the codes, which cannot be weakened. And on the other side, they are violating their faith by running the sensors during the Sabbath. This We feel this should not be the case, especially when the code in question is not dealing with a concern for safety. Another piece I want to note is that while some changes of the codes have been made at the state level, those changes were halted with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act in 2002, further complicating this. In the act, Maryland was eligible to receive roughly $5.8 million for implementation of energy codes as outlined in the act. But with this money came stipulations, with the most notable being a prohibition that states a state cannot amend the code except what's in the amendments of the act, which simply means that the amendments through legislation cannot be made to any regulations, or Maryland would forfeit that $5.8 million. Since we certainly don't want that, we turn to guidance for the best path forward. We want to address this issue, seek guidance from the state on the intersection of where well-meaning regulations unintentionally infringe on the freedom of religion expression and preserve the eligible funding for Maryland. Before I conclude, I would like to introduce my panel, which is Mr. Richard Truitt. He'll be testifying. He'll be just answering questions, providing informational testimony. He's licensed and permits of the Harford County government and member of the 2024 IECC Consensus Committee, the committee charged with reviewing the code updates. Mr. Truitt is serving the capacity as an expert witness on the panel, as well as I have the rest of my panel, I'm sorry. And I would also like to state that this bill has been cross-filed by Senator Joe Carter in the Senate. And we do have an email that I forwarded to the subcommittee chair from the AG saying that this bill would shoot the gap of allowing these exemptions while not affecting our potential funding. And we have a letter from the Department of Labor also saying they have no issue with the bill. So I would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Griffith, members of the committee. Again, my name is Rich Strode. I'm the building official in Harford County. I've been serving since 1994 in a code enforcement capacity with the county. I'm a past member of the ICC Board of Directors, and as Delegate Griffith said, I am a member of the 2024 IECC Residential Consensus Committee. It's my pleasure to be here today. First off, we need to understand that courts have consistently ruled that religious entities must comply with local building and life safety codes that are reasonably related to the legitimate government purpose of promoting public health, safety, and welfare. And that's an important key part to this because typically our codes have not run into these types of situations before. The International Code Council maintains the development process for the IECC and now is an ANSI accredited process. That means 2 42-member committee members are now balanced interests, make decisions for the state because we aren't able to weaken the code. The state has no ability to do that through the Maryland Building Performance Standards. As a committee, the committee works to develop future editions of the code. The committee works to increase energy efficiency in our buildings. The code has exhausted meaningful opportunities to achieve additional energy efficiencies by modifying the building thermal envelope. We are now looking at other opportunities to achieve these energy efficiencies. The introduction of occupancy sensors was first seen, as Delegate said, in 2015 edition. And now in the 2021 edition, we will also see it in residential occupancies, the 1 and 2 family dwellings, which the state has now adopted as of May 29th of 2023. As I work to arrive at a solution with Rabbi Schusterman on his facility locally in Harford County to deal with the religious infringements, it has become evident that we needed local guidance from the state. And we worked with the Department of Labor, Maryland Building Performance, Maryland Codes Administration to arrive at this solution. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee. I thank you for the opportunity to address you today. For the record, my name is Rabbi Ariel Sadon, Executive Director of Agudath Israel of Maryland. Agudath Israel speaks on behalf of the Orthodox Jewish communities across Maryland and across the country on matters of government affairs and public policy, specifically on matters relating to religious accommodations and freedoms. In my role as an advocate for the Jewish community and as an ordained rabbi, I'm here to express my support for House Bill 926. I'd like to thank Delegate Griffith for sponsoring the bill, Delegate Stein for his constant guidance on these matters. I'd also like to publicly thank Mr. Truitt for his role in bringing this conversation forward together, as he mentioned with Rabbi Schusterman. Currently, construction regulations have the potential to create religious observance issues across our communities. For the sake of the committee's time, I'll refer you to my written testimony where I explain and describe in greater detail the concerns we have and the need for this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the need for Sabbath observant friendly accommodations for the motion sensor requirements. Out of respect for the Maryland Building Performance Standards and their adherence to the guidelines of the ICC and the IECC, we are merely seeking this modification to take the religious concerns into account when working with local jurisdictions and the Attorney General. I thank you again for the opportunity, and I request a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Mirsky-Mickey. I'm the Deputy Director of the Baltimore Jewish Council, which represents the Associated Jewish Community Federation of Baltimore, all of its agencies, as well as the organized Jewish community of Greater Baltimore, here today in support of HB 926, simply to create a religious accommodation. So these motion sensor lights, as soon as you walk in, no matter what, they turn on. And the issue is on Shabbat, that's considered you using electricity, and you cannot do that if you are observant on Shabbat. So this is a very simple, quick fix to give the guidance for the AG to allow some allowances around these very important environmental changes in our state. I will just also state this doesn't just affect the Orthodox community. It would also most likely affect the conservative Jewish community as well, which is one of the largest movements in the Jewish community. So for these reasons, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sarah, if I remember my Facebook correctly, Mazel Tov to you and your family. We have a virtual favorable witness on the panel as well. I guess Rabbi Schusterman, Chabad of Harford County. Please go ahead.
Chair Corman, Vice Chairman Boyce, and esteemed members of the committee. I extend my gratitude for granting me the opportunity to speak today. For the record, my name is Yekusiel Schusterman. I'm known in Harford County as Rabbi Cushi, and I proudly serve as the rabbi and religious leader of Harford Chabad, which is a synagogue in Bel Air. I stand before you to advocate for the passage of House Bill 926. As a nation, we pride ourselves on embodying kindness and upholding the sacred principle of religious freedom for all. However, in recent years, as we embarked on a journey of constructing a house of worship in Harford County, we encountered obstacles that threatened to compromise our ability to freely practice our faith in accordance with Jewish law. It became evident that existing regulation lacked provisions to accommodate our religious needs. In pursuit of a resolution, I had the privilege of engaging with Harford County State Delegate Mr. Mike Griffith and with Richard Truitt from the Harford County Licensing and Permits. Recognizing the urgency of our situation, Mr. Truitt and Mr. Griffith championed the cause and introduced the necessary amendment to the annotated code. The amendment seeks to empower counties to seek the guidance on the implementation and enforcement of building codes, ensuring that individuals of all faiths can adhere to the law while honoring their religious beliefs. The essence of this legislation is not merely about legalities. It's about safeguarding the fundamental right to religious expression. It's about fostering an environment where individuals can worship without compromise and contribute to the rich tapestry of our diverse community. I implore you to consider the profound impact that House Bill 926 can have on preserving religious liberties, promoting inclusivity within our state. Your support for this bill is not just a matter of policy, it's a reaffirmation of our values that define us as a compassionate and tolerant society. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to justice and fairness. I respectfully urge you to provide a favorable report for House Bill 926, thereby ensuring that religious freedoms of all Maryland citizens are upheld. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions. Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Delegate, thanks very much for bringing this bill. Just want to confirm something that you had said in your testimony. You said that you reached out to the Maryland Department of Labor, which has oversight over implementation of building codes, and they said that they do not have any concerns with your legislation as drafted. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Either for the delegate or for Mr. Truitt, I guess. I'm just trying to understand the text of the bill. Are you seeking to change the code, or are you seeking to get advice on how to change the code?
Delegate. Yeah. So we're seeking to get advice, and what we're trying to do is really thread a needle. One, we have to thread the needle that we have to comply with state law that prevents us from weakening the IECC. The intent of the occupancy sensor in this particular case is that when an individual or the room is not occupied, energy is saved by the lights being automatically turned off. Now, we also bring in, as Delegate Griffith was trying to point forward, is that we're also dealing with federal funding opportunities, which prohibit us from weakening the code in order to receive those funds. So we're trying to thread a needle here to basically upheld a religious observance, but also ensure that Maryland is still eligible and achieving our energy goals and our efficiency goals, and also achieving federal funding for implementing these strategies. So we're trying to get consistency from those decisions, and we feel the best place to do that would be from the state AG's office, Department of Labor, who then can implement this on a consistent basis across the state.
But to just be very clear here, you're just seeking advice.
Correct.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Got you. Got you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Holmes. I do not see any other questions. So that concludes the bill hearing on HB 926. Delegate Griffith, we'll see you next session.
See you next session. Thank you all.
All right, we'll turn to HB 417, Delegate Grammer, Baltimore County Nuisance Actions Community Association. We have a panel delegate. Feel free to bring them up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have a panel. With your permission, I'll get started. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Robin Grammer here to present House Bill 417. House Bill 417 alters the qualifications used to determine standing for community associations when seeking judicial relief for nuisance actions in Baltimore County. This was originally Senator Sidnor's bill, which I went on to sponsor in the House. This bill has passed both the House and Senate, but not in the same year. The section of code was enacted in 1997 in response to growing problems of community blight in Baltimore County. Our county was one of several to put in place similar language to deal with community blight issues. However, the current language of the section is prohibitive to functional use of the statute. Specifically, the household dues and bonding requirements under this code make the code impractical and out of step with how modern community associations work. Most communities have found it dysfunctional and have found legitimate concerns dismissed for a lack of standing. This bill almost identically mirrors changes adopted by Baltimore City, which has found these revisions to be appropriate. Baltimore County has growing problems with blight. Most frequently, these deleterious issues are related to neglected properties, trash, and rats. One problematic actor can create a huge problem for a street or a community. This bill passed the full House in 2018 and in 2019 and passed the Senate in 2020. It is in what we believe to be the same posture. Thanks for the opportunity to present House Bill 417. Be happy to take questions, and it asks for a favorable.
Thank you, Delegate Grammer. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, I just wanted to throw it out there to you. Have you had a chance to look at, there's a bunch of different committee testimony that we have here. Have you had a chance to look at the support and opposition testimony?
Yeah, and I'll make three brief points here. So the first, the position of the Community Law Center, they point out a situation where a property investor outside of the state bought 200 properties and was failing to maintain them. They were left to deteriorate, posing a danger, damaging adjoining properties, requiring additional support from code enforcement. Yes, amen. This is what we want. This is what's happening in Baltimore City, and this is what we need in Baltimore County. Second point, I'm joined by one of my favorite constituents, Mr. Fran Taylor. He's in opposition to the bill, and I want to speak to that point. So we have problems in parts of our district where groups kind of pop up. They don't agree with a decision. They want to speak in opposition. So they kind of create a group. I like Mr. Taylor. We've talked about it. I'll continue to talk about this issue. I sincerely don't believe this bill contributes to that problem. The problem, however, is real. I sat down with Delegate Forbes when talking about this bill in the delegation. She actually called a community association leader and we went over their problems. And they said, oh yeah, I have the same problem. I brought a suit and we were thrown out for standing. And I said, of course you were. And I think what this committee should remember is that this section of code 14125 is not established to help with nuisance issues. It's established to quash cases of nuisance complaints. And finally, I'm amenable to work with anybody on, what's going on with the bill. I believe there was a missing S, like the letter S. On page 2, line 27, which has repercussions, it should be buildings and housing. If we need to change that, that's fine. But every time I talk with folks about the bill, I get the feeling they just don't like the bill. And I'll ask the committee to remember Baltimore City has almost this exact same tool. And I don't believe a lot of the concerns that are put forward are legitimately happening when Baltimore City uses this to fix problems.
Thank you, Delegate.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Kramer. So when I hear standing, I normally think of standing in zoning cases. So I tried to pull up the bill quickly to get the context of what you're attempting to do. You're making the comparison with Baltimore City. So this is, just so I'm clear, this is only for nuisance cases. Are there any other jurisdictions in the state that have standards similar to what you are
Yes.
going for?
Great question. So I believe the jurisdictions that adopted this kind of solution in 1997 were Hartford, Howard, Prince George's, Baltimore County, Baltimore City. Now, if you look at all of them, they're generally like 14,125, 14,123. They're in there. They're all a little bit different, and you would expect them to be slightly different. What this bill does, Baltimore County is 14,125. Baltimore City is 14,123. And although what's proposed in this bill is slightly different, it's largely trying to get to where Baltimore City got, because frankly, we have similar problems.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Sarasa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Kramer, and you may have said this, so I apologize if you already said this, but this only applies to Baltimore County. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a delegation bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't think that was clear on here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Delegate Grammer. Can you specifically state the difference between the Baltimore County bill and the Baltimore City bill? What is the
So I
distinction?
actually picked through it over the last hour, and in principle, they're the same. I believe the change, there's some differences because I think the way statute has to look at Baltimore City kind of enforcement is a little bit different. But the meat and potatoes, I believe, is almost identical.
So just to be clear, you believe that given the differences in enforcement in Baltimore City and Baltimore County, that may be the difference, but in general, they're the same?
Correct.
Okay, I'll double check that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Delegate Grammer? Delegate Davis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize that it's a Baltimore County bill, but I would like you to explain it just a little bit. I think I missed it. What the bill does.
Okay. So in a legal, if you're to file litigation for, you have a claim, you have to have standing for that. So what they did back in 1997 is they took the idea of standing and they gave it to community associations. And the practical issue, the problem is that it's really hard for an individual to take up a case on their own because, whoever the person who might have offended or injured someone's property rights is, most individuals are not going to take up that case. They most infrequently won't have the money. Who wants to take on, a blight issue for your community as an individual? So what they did in these jurisdictions is they gave the community associations standing. And that kind of enables, interested groups who are frankly interested in community health to kind of share the pain, whether it's the matter of cost or a matter of organizing, but to kind of do it as a community association as opposed to an individual, kind of like the Clean Water Act did. It broadened standing. So, a lot of the legitimate cases that were environmental cases were thrown out on standing. Now you change the law and you could more accurately get to the facts of the matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Delegate Grammer? Okay, thank you, Delegate Grammer. We have a number of unfavorable witnesses. We have Bob Enton.
Whoops.
Representing the Maryland Building Industry Association. Delegate Haley, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
I did. I'm
Delegate
sorry.
Grammer, come on back.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr.
I was a
Delegate.
little slow putting it up there. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me. Just the question I have is, what are the parameters for who can have this standing? Do they have to live in that community, or can they live anywhere in the county, or?
So I
who
would,
has standing under the bill?
that's really the principle of what's changing in the bill. So I'll walk through a couple of those.
Just briefly, is it people really close by, or is it people throughout the whole county that would have standing under this bill on any particular
I
case?
believe it's people in a geographic area that is proximate to the community.
So
That's
within a mile, a quarter mile, a third,
so
whatever.
it depends on the community. You know, my personal community association is a little bit bigger. We chose to do that. You file with the county, you actually draw the boundary, and we did that to frankly engage communities who hadn't had a community association in 30 years.
Okay.
Different communities do that in different ways. Some are smaller, some are bigger. But I view that as in this bill as proximate to the community.
Okay.
And what we're changing here, let me give you an example. Currently, the definition is what is comprised of at least 20% of the total households as members with a minimum membership of 25 households. There are also requirements for dues, and it's just not feasible in 2024 to ask that. You know, that's a way to throw out a case for standing, because none of my community associations have registered members. Most of my community associations don't have registered members. 90% barely can get volunteers. And it's frankly, it's a way to throw out legitimate cases.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate. And so isn't it so that the part that you mentioned that you're removing is replaced by a statement that a community association is composed of residents of a community defined by specific geographic boundaries in the bylaws or charter of the community association? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
One more time. Any additional questions for Delegate Grammer? Okay, you can really go now. Delegate
Thank you so
Grammer.
much.
Let's do it this way. Let's bring up Francis Taylor, who I think we already have up there. Tom Cole for the Maryland Affordable Housing Group, and Tom Ballantyne, NAIOP Maryland, and Aaron Greenfield, Maryland Multi-Housing Association. Yeah, you know, Bob, there's 4 witnesses from MBIA, so I'll bring you up as your own panel after this one, Bob. Can you wait to the next panel, Bob? Mr. Enton, can you wait to the next panel? Thank you. Mr. Enton, can you wait till the next panel?
Yes. He
Thank
said
you.
yes.
Thank you. And do you have any, Aaron, do you know if any of the other folks I called up are here?
Mr. Ballantyne is over in the Senate with, he said it has a conflict.
Well, please go ahead. Why don't you go first, sir?
Would you like to go first?
I'll go. I'm in opposition, so.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee, Aaron Greenfield here on the Maryland Housing Association in opposition. We have had discussions with the sponsor and really do want to work with him on this bill and recognize his concerns. Let me first address the Madam Chair's question about the city. We are aware that the city version of the law does not let building code violations go to court unless a Department of Housing and Community Development correction order goes unfulfilled for 75 days. So there is a bit of a window there before there's any kind of judicial action. But in terms of our main concerns on the bill, the plain language of the bill is the bill adds other organization to the definition of community association. What does it mean by other organization outside of a community association? To Delegate Ruth's question, the legislation loosely states that the association must be composed of residents of a community defined by specific geographic boundaries, yet these specific geographic boundaries are left undefined. Our concern is the bill provides potentially disassociated and distant neighborhoods the ability to claim a nuisance when they're not within a close distance of the alleged nuisance. And then the bill repeals specific criteria defining a community association. If such a serious action is undertaken by a community association or other organization, whatever that means, we should make sure that these are bona fide entities and have, been in existence for more than a year, requires, membership as a condition, and the payment of monetary dues. And lastly, as drafted, undefined community organizations are given excessive unchecked power by repealing the requirement that there has to be a bond posted in order to pursue judicial action. And for these reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Hi, my name is Francis Taylor. I'm president of the North Point Peninsula Council, representing the community for over 50 years. I'm in opposition, our organization is in opposition to HB 417 as written. It eliminates verification that a group actually participates in the community. It's the same as HB 166 in 2023. That bill was sent back to a work group for answers to be provided and looked into. It never happened, and the bill was introduced in the exact same format. Addressing a nuisance in a community is just one thing a community association does. We work with local government. We have speakers at monthly meetings, newsletters, sponsor dumpster days, cleanups, donate to food pantries, volunteer fire department, high school scholarships. We maintain and insure community signs. This is possible because of membership dues, which this bill eliminates, and other fundraising. Financial insecurity has never prevented anyone from participation. North Point Council has represented the community for over 50 years. This bill eliminates the requirement to be in existence for 1 year. This will create one-hit wonder organizations that will fade into the sunset when their personal issue has been addressed. It takes a lot of time, effort, and outreach to be a community association. The bill will give any group a community association designation. Even more alarming, it gives other organizations the same standing. What does that even mean? I say again, it takes a lot of time, effort, and outreach to be a community association. Membership thresholds are hard to achieve, and we recognize that. And social media has empowered individuals to influence policy and decision-making outside of structured community associations. However, there still needs to be a way to verify that the association actually represents the community and not partisan interests. I'll end the comments by saying Baltimore County has a directory of organizations. To be included, you must supply leadership information, bylaws, boundary map, and be in existence for 1 year. This list is used by government agencies and citizens. It is updated periodically. HB 417 eliminates the necessity for inclusion on this list and verification that it provides. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greenfield, you mentioned that the language would mean that the community association as defined could be far from the nuisance, but the part that I didn't read says, and within which a nuisance is located. So wouldn't that naturally mean that the nuisance is close to households that are in this community association?
Yeah, so you raise a good point. I think there are a couple of different conflicts with this bill. You're right about that. I mean, it's about where the nuisance is located, but then it leaves undefined 2 or more individual community associations. And it, as the gentleman to my left referenced, it strikes a number of provisions in current law that would make such a actual community association next to that alleged nuisance, allow it essentially to have standing. So I see your point, but there's some internal conflicts in the bill.
Well, I can understand that. And so, I mean, my community association would have trouble meeting some of these. Because we've lost a lot of participation, especially during the pandemic. So the 25 member households, even though we have like 1,500, I think, households in our community association, we have low participation. And so I guess my question is, would you be amenable if these issues that you're concerned about that are conflicts could be addressed?
Absolutely. I mean, I think if we can get back to a place where some of these provisions are not repealed in the bill, and maybe it mirrors Baltimore City a little more closely, I think we could get there. We're not there yet, and we've had ongoing conversations with the sponsor.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, Delegate Guyton?
Much, Mr. Chair. I will keep it short because I actually was going to piggyback onto Delegate Ruth's questions, and I think you may have answered it, but I want to give you a chance once more, Mr. Greenfield, to say specifically. I know we all appreciate when people who are in opposition really do try to work with us, and so I was going to ask you. This bill isn't new; it's been around for lots of years, right? Have you have specific concerns written in your letter, and that you've already spoken with us about Have you actually put amendments in front of the sponsor or in front of the delegation?
No, not specific amendments, but
Okay.
specific concerns that we've provided in writing weeks before this hearing, and we just have not connected substantively. We've texted, but we have not had a substantive conversation. I think a lot of this bill would have to be returned to, or the statute would have to be returned to its current form. But to your question, I've not submitted a list of amendments yet to the sponsor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greenfield, always good to see you. Question. So I have in my district, actually, it goes over at Delegate Grammer's district. We have an organization called the Essex Middle River Civic Council. It's 23 community associations. It is very engaged, extremely engaged. The county regularly goes to this organization for guidance on zoning issues and all sorts of other issues of that sort. There are no monetary dues, though, for this organization. So by definition, I would assume then that they wouldn't have standing. But this organization is frankly way more engaged than any community association that I know of. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are on how we could address a problem like that, because that seems to be a legitimate problem if this organization would not have an ability to engage in discussions like this.
Yeah, and it sounds like, this conversation is helpful because it sounds like the viability of community associations have changed in the last few years, and maybe this does need a refresher. And perhaps it's having less than 25 paid members, but I think you still need to preserve the bond requirement in the bill. I still think you need to have some kind of paid membership, because our concern is candidly, sort of distant and disassociated, individuals just having standing on concerns that frankly, some of which the county should be addressing anyways. And in our circumstance in the multifamily industry, Baltimore County just stood up a multifamily dwelling license regime. And so if there are problems, you should take away their license by all means. But I think it sounds like what I'm hearing, which is helpful, is that there probably needs to be a refresh of what a community association is to better fit what the reality is, outside.
Okay, thank you.
I do not see any additional questions, so we will bring up Robert Enton from the Maryland Building Industry Association. I also have signed up Jason Weintraub from the Maryland Building Industry Association and Alex Andelsman from the Maryland Building Industry Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. I was very much involved all those decades ago in 1997 when this bill was passed. And it was a negotiated agreement that was made with the Baltimore County senators and delegates and the people that wanted this bill. And the whole idea behind it was that, we have for the lawyers in the room, we have a basic rule of jurisprudence is that you have to have standing in order to bring a suit. You have to be the party that's been injured. And that's a bedrock of our judicial system. But the notion of this legislation does and did, and what we agreed to was to make an exception to that and to say that a community association, which is typically a 501c C3 corporate entity, could bring this cause of action. But we put bells and whistles on it so that it wouldn't be abused. So when you look at the limitations, these were all agreed to make sure that this was a real community association for the community where the alleged nuisance occurred. And that's what the bells and whistles in there were for. And maybe some of those need to be modified, but the bill as drafted, Baltimore County could be, you could have a Baltimore County Community Association that would meet the requirements of this bill. You could have a community association in Reisterstown, which is on the northwest side of Baltimore County. People that live there, and they could be able to go and file lawsuits regarding people that were in Essex or Dundalk. In addition, I think what's really disconcerting is that when you look at the bill on page 2 in lines 26 through 29, it's not about nuisance. That's about all building permits, all zoning matters. So it opens this bill up tremendously. You remove the requirement for a bond. Are there things that we could work out if we sat down? Probably so, but I think the bill as introduced is really problematic. Thank you.
I have no further comments. Do you have any questions for us at this time?
Any questions, Delegate Ruth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Enton. Thank you for being here again. Now I've lost my question. Oh, when did you say that this was written? 25 years ago?
So this law was passed in 1997.
1997. So things have changed a lot since 1997, haven't they?
I've changed.
Most of us were not here in 1997 when this was passed. A few of us may have been, but you know, a lot has changed, and what a community association was in 1997 is not what it is now, and especially, you know, 2020 changed a lot of things, and so you know, I guess I'm just asking again the same question I asked Mr. Greenfield. Are you open to, you know, re-looking at this and how we can redefine a community association in modern terms?
Yeah, sure. Listen, we've been through this in a number of ways. When you look at the code, the Prince George's County bill is almost identical to the law that you have in Baltimore County. The Anne Arundel County law is almost the same. The Harford County law is completely different than Baltimore City or Baltimore County. It can only be brought by the attorney. So the only jurisdiction that has anything like this is in fact Baltimore City. But once again, those were all negotiated a long time ago. We're certainly happy to sit down, but the underlying issue here is you've got to make sure that the people that are going to now have standing to file these lawsuits are the associations are real associations. That's what it was all about. And if we need to adjust that definition, fine. We're happy to try to do that.
Thank you. And just one more question, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So wouldn't the fact that the new I take your point about a Baltimore County association, but I would think that the provision of requiring bylaws or a charter would make it difficult to have a county-wide association. But you also said a community in Reisterstown could sue someone in Essex, but wouldn't the provision that it has to be within the geographic boundaries within which a nuisance is located prevent that?
Well, okay, so you can put whatever you want in your bylaws. You can put whatever you want in your charter, okay? It doesn't matter. There's no limitation on that. And as long as it's defined by specific geographic boundaries in the bylaws, okay? So if I put in the bylaws that our community association, the geographic boundaries are Baltimore County, and I put in there that it seems to me that meets the requirements. It's in the bylaws or charter, and it's within the nuisance that you're worried about is in fact in Baltimore County. The only difference is it's 50 miles away from the people that filed the charter and started the association. I mean, once again, the idea was that if you're going to change the basic rule that you have to have standing to bring a suit, then we wanted to make sure, and you all wanted to make sure, and this wasn't just something that we did. You passed it in 4 jurisdictions, similar, identical to this, except for Baltimore City, was to put bells and whistles on it to make sure it was a real community association for the community in which the nuisance was located.
All right. Thank you. I look forward to seeing your amendments.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Yeah, Mr. Etten, suppose the person causing the nuisance doesn't live in the community, but per their actions is causing the nuisance in the community. Example, vacant properties, right? At one point, I remember in my community, there was 2 or 3 vacant houses, but apparently the owner of these vacant properties owned like 100 of them across the city. And so while he or she didn't live there, right, and they may live in another county, the city took suit, but wouldn't an association, or shouldn't they be able to, and to some degree, take suit with this individual, although he doesn't live there or she doesn't live there? Yeah. Their lack of maintenance, for instance, of buildings is affecting the community. Yes?
So the geographic limitations in the bill don't apply to the defendant, if you will, to the wrongdoer.
Sure,
They're there to make sure the community
That's
association that's
fine.
bringing the suit represents the community where the nuisance is.
sure.
So there's
So it would be
nothing in
every
the current
household
law
in
that limits, that places any limits whatsoever on who you can go after for the nuisance.
That's fine. And to the second point is really, to your point, you keep talking about the definition of a community association. And I'd like to hear what you think the definition is, given 1997 to now. What do you think that is? Because most associations now, especially all over, don't even charge dues anymore, because it becomes a hindrance in that, or an inequity, because the 5 people who paid the $20 versus the other 200 who didn't, then of course make all the decisions in the community. So a lot of associations actually have removed that in order to gain more participation. And so help me understand from your standpoint what a definition of a community association should be.
So I think that, when I look at this, I understand the argument maybe that, people, don't can't pay dues or don't want to pay dues to a community association. I think that's something we can certainly talk about.
Sure.
But once again, I think it has to be, when you talk about where the nuisance is and where the community association is based, so that it's a community association that's represents the people that live in that community. I think that's really the most important thing for us, is to make sure that that's maintained.
So households within a boundary.
We've seen these bills going back to 2019 every year.
Sure.
And nothing's passed, but we're certainly willing to sit down and with you all and try to work through it and come up with reasonable safeguards for both the people that live there and for the people that own or renovate or build properties there.
Whatever the nuisance. Thank you so much.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. N, my question is about what you would consider geographic proximity. And I'll give you an example. So my district, I have some areas of my district where it is very densely populated and where geographically proximate is very close, might be, a mile or less. Right. I also represent areas like Baldwin and Long Green and places like that in Baltimore County, which would still consider themselves to be all in the same community, but geographically are very dispersed. So how would you sort of rectify that inside of what you're discussing there with geographic proximity?
I could have to think about it and talk to my client about it, obviously, but I think that if that community association has I'm not sure how you would phrase it, in fact, does have members who live in a close proximity, some proximity, I don't know how you put it,
Sure.
of where the nuisance is. That's what we don't want, is people that really aren't affected by the nuisance to be able to come in and have standing to bring these causes of action.
Sure. And I
would
appreciate.
hope we could work it out.
Sure. No, and I appreciate that. But I guess where I'm going with that is in the more rural parts of my district, what someone might consider to be close proximity to a nuisance might be very different than what someone in another part of my district may consider to be in close proximity to a nuisance.
Well, see, these are the kind of points we need to think about. And that's good that you said that, because you might want to say that add a criteria that bases it upon is it in fact a rural for a rural area versus a suburban area. Maybe we can come up with some criteria to address that particular issue. I think that's probably doable, but I think we really do need to sit down and work on it. And once again, the Baltimore County law is identical to the law in every other jurisdiction except for Baltimore City. And none of the other jurisdictions have come forward to raise it, but we're certainly willing to work with the committee and with you and anybody else to make sure that, the intent of the law is maintained on all sides.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, we do have a virtual unfavorable witness, Imelda Fink. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, you all just heard the legal perspective. I'm now going to give you the street view perspective. I'm Nelda Fink, and I'm from the civilized Anne Arundel County. Committee, thank you for this opportunity to show how the mafia is coming to Baltimore County with this bill. This bill really has problems, as the others have stated, and creates authority where authority does not belong, either statutorily or constitutionally. It sounds like organized crime to me. Get your posse and get your mob going right here in Baltimore County. So this bill shifts authority from the county to a mob to address the nuisance violations. The stated purpose of the bill is to bring legal standing to concerned neighborhood residents over nuisance violations. This is legal error. Just because something is legislated doesn't give the court petitioner any additional standing. The real reason the court petitioners do not have standing is because they are not presenting any monetary damages from the nuisance violations, and that is because there are none. Developing standing in nuisance violation is difficult to do, regardless of it being Baltimore City, Baltimore County, or the Wild Wild West. Standing is not simply proximity or corporateness. Standing needs to be damages, regardless if it is an association or an individual. This bill fails to show where the new legislation will actually overcome the lack of damages or lack of standing, and therefore doesn't solve anything, but it now allows the Wild West or the mafia-style mobs to be created so that the mafia can now legally rule in Baltimore County. This bill removes the ownership rights of the people being targeted by this mob-style rule in the neighborhood, making it unconstitutional, and I urge your unfavorable report. Hope that was fun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Everybody good? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 417. We will now turn to HB 940. Delegate Aaron's local government authorized uses of revenue from development impact fees. And if you have a panel, bring them on up.
All right, my panel with me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, Delegate Steve Aaron's for the record. Here to present House Bill 940. It's a pretty simple bill. It's probably the shortest bill I've ever presented in my life. It's a page and a half long, if you go both sides. The bill is a local government bill. It authorizes the uses of revenues from development impact fees. And it literally is going to expand the usage of development impact fees collected by local governments. It allows jurisdictions to use the revenue from impact fees to pay for the replacement, maintenance, or expansion of public works, improvements, or public facilities. The only real change in this is typically we use these impact fees for new construction. But if you look at a county like Queen Anne's County, where our schools, we've probably over the last 15 years, we're still at no real net growth as far as our schools. So we're running into issues where we need maintenance done on some of these things. And this bill will help us address that. It's literally going to allow us to use this thing for a little bit more and try to maintain things we have. I'd like to introduce you to our public facilities manager in Queen Anne's planner in Queen Anne's County, Steve Cahoon. He can give you a little bit better explanation of what the county wants to do. Thank you. Look for a favorable.
Thank you, Steve Cahoon, Queen Anne's County Public Facilities Planner, and thank you for the introduction. The Queen Anne's County Commissioners support this legislation, and I have authored a letter in the record. Currently, impact fees are a one-time fee collected at the time of building permit application for a project that is already approved and moving through construction. Historically, impact fees are used to pay for new capacity, but there are capital improvements that do not add capacity that benefit new development that we believe should be impact fee eligible. This bill would allow flexibility to local jurisdictions to spend impact fees on the replacement, maintenance, and expansion of capital facilities. These are the same capital facilities that we're currently collecting impact fees for. A few examples of how this bill could be used. School replacement and renovation. Older schools are in need of being replaced and renovated to improve structures, meet current size standards, improve technology, safety, security, and efficiency, energy efficiency. Using impact fees to help fund replacement of antiquated school buildings with modern, safe, and secure facilities benefit new development in that school district. Another example is fire and emergency service vehicles should be impact fee eligible. Many fire districts have the proper type and size of equipment they need to respond to incidents, but these vehicles need to be replaced over time. With new growth occurring, the vehicles in service are protecting more people, more property, and respond to more calls, and therefore must be replaced more often. Using impact fees to help fund the replacement of essential equipment benefits new development in that service area. So sometimes the best use of impact fee funds and revenues does not add capacity, but it still improves existing facilities and supports the new development occurring. And local jurisdictions need this flexibility that this bill will provide. So we would appreciate your support on passing this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you both. Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for presenting the bill. How would you argue the point that most of the time impact fees are specific to be used where the new development is being created for that community, and now you want to disperse them to other needs? How would you argue that point?
Well, first of all, Delegate, I don't want to argue with you, but I do appreciate the opportunity. I guess when I look at that, we over in Queen Anne's County, our development has become a little bit different. We got age restricted communities. We're actually growing in that area. We're not growing our schools actually to do that. We're not asking for more capacity. We don't need that at this point. And we're just looking at trying to use the dollars that we have in a more effective way. Instead of having to let a school deteriorate to the point where we have to replace it, we feel that using these dollars for those types of improvements to maintain that school, to keep it up to spec, will in the long run be a better investment for the county.
And I had no intention of arguing with you, my good friend.
But you will. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Delegate Arentz or his witness? Okay, thank you. We do have some unfavorable testimony in person. We have.
Thank you.
Robert Enton, Maryland Building Industry Association, Alex Endelsman, Maryland Building Industry Association, Jason Weintraub, Maryland Building Industry Association, and Lisa May, Maryland Realtors.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and the members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Alex Andelsman, and I'm testifying at the request of the Maryland Building Industry Association, an organization comprised of over 100,000 building industry professionals across our state. I appreciate the opportunity to engage in the discussion surrounding HB 940, a bill of considerable consequence to our industry. At this time, we must express our opposition to House Bill 940 in its current form. House Bill 940 proposes the utilization of revenue from development impact fees to finance various public works, improvements, or facilities. While seemingly beneficial, this statewide bill raises concerns due to its broad intent. Impact fees, as they stand, are intended to provide local governments with revenue from builders to address the infrastructure needs necessitated by new developments. However, this legislation seeks to expand the use of impact fees to cover expenses that are more comparable to an excise tax. There is a disparity in how these fees are allocated and utilized across different jurisdictions. Often funds collected from a specific area don't circulate back to address the infrastructure, schools, roads, and other public facilities within the same area like they're supposed to. Impact fees are a double-edged sword in the sense that it seems on paper that it makes sense to tax a new development to fund services utilized by both new and existing residents. But the fee is often a deterrent for new projects given the arbitrary nature and how they are assessed through cost and the impact of the project. The United States Supreme Court recently heard oral arguments for Sheets v. County of El Dorado, California, which focuses on a development built in 2016. Where the builder constructed an 1,800 square foot manufactured house for his family. The county required him to pay over $23,000 in traffic mitigation fees based on the type and location of his project, even though. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lisa May with the Maryland Realtors. I will say that we share the concerns that the builders have raised here today because in our read of this bill, it allows those impact fees to be used for any capital projects, whether they serve that new development or not. We heard testimony of, improvements within a service area or within a school boundary, but that is not our reading of this bill. It could be used for facilities that are on the other side of the county from new development. We are okay with new development paying its fair share, but not more and not less. And so as this bill is currently constructed, we must recommend an unfavorable report.
Thank you. Mr. Enton, I called you up while you were outside. Do you have anything to add?
Just very quickly, if I could. I was testifying in another committee. I just want to say that impact fee, it's an impact fee. And that fee is based upon what the impact is to where the property is being improved or built. And it shouldn't be used for, other purposes to address other issues in the county that have nothing to do with the property in question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm disappointed to hear you were cheating on us with another committee. Any questions for
I ran back.
Delegate Lehman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this, I'm sorry, this might have been a question more appropriate for the sponsor. I was just curious if that you are modeling this after any other county. Is there the flexibility that anyone knows of in other counties to use impact fees in a broader way? I don't think they normally, Mr. Chairman, unless I'm incorrect, maybe I need an isn't that so question. I don't think they're normally tied specifically to a geographic area. That wouldn't make sense. That certainly wouldn't work in larger counties, but in terms of them being used for other public purposes, are there other counties in Maryland that have this standard? Does anyone know?
I mean, this is actually not a local bill, although it's a bill that affects local government. So it's not just for Delegate Aarons's county. It's actually it's a statewide bill just in the.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I thought it was local. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay. We can always follow up with Delegate Aarons offline on if he was modeling it off something.
Okay.
You good? Okay. Any additional questions? Okay. Thank you all very much. That concludes the bill hearing HB 940. Next bill is HB 964, Delegate Baafo, Maryland Fair Chance and Housing Act. And if you have a panel, feel free to bring them up.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I indeed was not cheating on you with another committee. I was here the entire time. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, colleagues on the economic, sorry. See, there you go. There you go. I'm so used to doing this. Colleagues on the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, Delegate Adrian Baafo here to present HB 964, the Maryland Fair Chance and Housing Act. This bill will implement a ban-the-box policy for rental applications outside of those who are listed on the sex offender registry list. By eliminating that initial inquiry into criminal history, we ensure that past convictions do not serve as automatic disqualifiers for housing opportunities. HB 964 also limits the time frame for considering criminal records to the past 3 years, acknowledging the importance of rehabilitation. Additionally, the bill prohibits housing providers from disseminating content that dissuades individuals with a criminal history from applying. By eradicating discriminatory advertising, we foster a housing market where tenants are evaluated based on their merits and suitability rather than their past transgressions. I, like many of you, believe in second chances. Data shows us that the lack of housing again and again and again leads to repeat offenses and recidivism. The Maryland Fair Chance and Housing Act is a bipartisan stride towards fairness, inclusivity, and second chances within our housing system. HB 964, as many of you know, is a legislative priority for the Black Caucus this year and is also supported by the Latino Caucus, the Maryland NAACP, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and the Office of the Public Defender. For these reasons, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and friends on this great committee, the Environment and Transportation Committee, I strongly urge a favorable report on HB 964.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much. When the sponsor reached out about this bill and asked for support from the department, it was an easy yes for us. At the end of the day,
Numerous studies have shown that the housing insecurity is closely correlated with recidivism, especially among formerly incarcerated individuals. So the best way to ensure that when we have formerly incarcerated returning citizens coming in is to provide that housing stability. And we think that this bill goes a long way to making that happen. So a true second chance includes a safe and affordable home. So we want to make sure that we're helping our folks with affordability, as you know, that we've been here before talking about, and also making sure that we're helping our returning citizens as well. So for that reason, we ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee. My name is Rita Gray, and I'm honored to speak before you today in support of the Fair Chance Housing Act. As a directly impacted member of this community, I am someone who deeply cares about fairness, justice, and equality. Today, I am speaking from personal experiences as someone who makes enough money to cover their expenses but faces discrimination when seeking housing. I believe the legislation is a crucial step forward in ensuring that all individuals, regardless of their past mistakes, have access to stable housing and a chance to rebuild their lives. Despite my ability to afford housing, I find myself in a frustrating situation where I'm considered homeless because of the lingering stigma attached to my past involvement with the criminal legal system. This reality is not only dishumanizing, but also deeply unjust. What is the point of working hard and making enough money to survive if you are unable to continuously deny the opportunity to establish a stable home for yourself? The truth is, the inability to secure housing due to past mistakes reinforces a cycle of instability that makes it very difficult to break free from the shadows of the past. Despite my intentional efforts to move forward and contribute positively to society, I am constantly reminded of the barriers that stand in my way. It is a fundamental injustice that individuals like myself who have fulfilled our associates obligations and striving to rebuild our lives are still met with discrimination and exclusive in the housing market. Furthermore, this is not only undermines our sense of dignity and self-worth, but also hinders our ability to fully reintegrate into society and productive and self-sufficient members. The Fair Chance Housing Act represents a glimmering of hope for individuals like myself who are trapped in a cycle of instability and dehumanization. By prohibiting housing discrimination based on criminal history and promoting fair evaluation criteria, the legislation offers a glimmer of hope for a brighter future for everyone, regardless of their past, has the opportunity to establish a stable home and rebuild their lives. For me, myself, I'm considered homeless through a lot of different portions. The mere fact that I have to have my housing deemed by someone else and to depend on someone else to be able to put a house or an apartment or a rental property in their name for me to be able to survive and live is truly not fair to us, right? And so I'm just asking that I urge you all to support the Fair Chance Act and take a stand for justice, equity, and compassion. Each individual, regardless of their past mistakes, deserve a fair chance to rebuild their lives and contribute positively to society. This bill represents a crucial step in the right direction, and we urge you to support the legislation for the betterment of our communities and the individuals within them. Thank you for your consideration, and we hope that you vote to advance this legislation.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Kurt Stan, and I want to thank Delegate Waffle for introducing this legislation, which I think is aptly named the Fair Chance and Housing Act. I just want to make 2 points. One, there's a recognition, I think, growing that there's a lack of affordable housing throughout the state. What people don't realize is that often when there's an attempt to create more affordable housing, those people with criminal convictions are still excluded. So it's a double exclusion, and there needs to be action to address that. The other point I want to take is picking up on a point that was just made is I spent 15 years in federal prison. And when you're in prison, your dignity is assaulted every day. It's just the nature of the beast so far, insofar as you are treated as a ward of the state and you don't have the same rights or that you would expect to have outside. But when you've done your time and come home, to find that completing your sentence, serving your time, you continue to face the same hurdles is an enormous affront and incapacitating. for many of us. And I think the 2 points in this that I really want to make, there are 2 statements in that bill that people should note. A landlord may not require prospective tenant to disclose any criminal history and application for a lease, and a landlord may not publish or cause to be published any oral or written statement that would reasonably discourage a prospective tenant with a criminal history from applying for a lease. I don't think anyone who has an experience knows what it's like to look at something and say, oh, that's not for me. Oh, that's not for me. So you don't even walk through the door. You may find problems down the road. At least look me in the eyes, judge me as man or woman, as who I am, and give me an opportunity. And seeing that, I think, is eliminating that would be an enormous step forward in and of itself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good delegate. Thank you for being here today and bringing this bill. We really appreciate it. There are a lot of organizations who have submitted either favorable or favorable with amendments. Just wondering how your interactions with them have been going and your progress.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate. We've worked on this legislation for the last 6 months. And as you guys know, not with every piece of legislation, we always can't come to agreement. I will say that, the AOBA folks and the Multi-Housing Association, we've had great conversations. And the good news is that we're in the same spot in terms of believing that we need to do something here. Our approach is just different. The one thing I will point out is that some of the folks who you'll hear from with the favorable amendments want to codify kind of process in statute. And I don't know if I personally believe that that should happen. I believe there at some point will have to be a conversation with the Department of Housing and with the Attorney General office about the best way about going about this. But I'm personally not in the business of putting into statute what landlords should be doing in terms of the process that they must follow, because everyone's process is different. But we're all on the same page. And I think that's kind of the first good step.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, just one more follow-up. Also, just very briefly, are there any studies that can show a correlation, I guess, between recidivism and allowing individuals with criminal records to obtain housing?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are many both national and state studies. Look, recidivism, housing is the biggest reason for recidivism. And what we know even in the state of Maryland is that that's at around the 2-year mark. Without housing, you're going to see repeat offenses and you're going to see folks going back into the system. Part of why this bill, came about is I went to St. Mary's County and toured with their sheriff and got to see their prison system down there, and hearing from folks that housing was the biggest barrier because they felt that they couldn't even go and apply because they had a history, right? So there's a lot of studies, and I'm happy to send that to the committee at some point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome to the best committee.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question, Delegate, about you mentioned about the sex offender part. That's the part that I'm most concerned about potentially, because I don't know how other states do it. So I don't know how another state might make someone register as a sex offender. So I think that with respect to that, I'm concerned about that only being 3 years. So can you talk about how that looks in other states and how we would know if someone's committed that kind of crime in another state?
So for clarification, on the application, you have to note that you are on the registry, right? We're also not saying that in statute, and if we have to make that clear, we can. We're not saying that you can't look that up based off of, because you would have to check that you were on the registry at some point. That's a subset of the bill, right? That is excluded from all the other crimes that we're talking about. So other states do it different ways, right? I have a list here of different states and how they do it, but housing providers will still be able to look up if you are on the registry, because you would have checked that box. And we're not saying that the box is banned for those folks, that subset of folks. We're saying that the box is banned for every other criminal history.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any additional questions for the sponsor or his panel? Okay, I do not see any. We have one more in-person favorable witness, Ariana Evans. Is she here? Please go ahead when you're ready.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and honorable members of the Environmental Transportation Committee. My name is Ariana Evans, and I'm honored to speak before you today in support of the Fair Chance in Housing Act. As an organizer who advocates alongside formerly incarcerated people and someone who deeply cares about justice for all people. Existing research tells us that there's a cyclical relationship between incarceration and homelessness, with people who are formerly incarcerated 10 times more likely to be homeless in their lifetimes than the general public. People who are homeless are also more likely to be arrested, convicted, and incarcerated than the general public. In 2021, a 2021 review analyzing 18 studies from around the world found that stable housing was associated with decreased criminal activity in every single study. Also, the current recidivism rate in Maryland, which exceeds 40%, underscores the urgent need for intervention. By removing the barriers to housing and providing necessary community support, we can significantly reduce the recidivism rates and increase public safety. In short, this bill will make all of Maryland's communities safer by allowing people with past criminal history to have stability and be housed. I believe that you agree that this legislation aligns with our shared values of fairness and equality under the law. No one should be indefinitely punished for past mistakes or face lifelong barriers to housing, employment, and or other opportunities simply because of their past. People deserve a chance to rebuild their lives and contribute positively to society and pursue their dreams. In closing, this bill will ensure that private, affordable, and public housing can be available to everyone. This expansion should reduce the stress and overburdening on other components of the housing system, including transitional housing and shelter systems. I urge you to support the Fair Chance and Housing Act and take a stand for justice, equality, and compassion. By advancing this legislation, we can make a meaningful difference in the lives of countless individuals, families, promote safer communities, and uphold the principles of fairness and opportunity for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I believe we have a virtual favorable witness, if she's available, Latrice Dowridge, Baltimore Renters United.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, dear chair and members of the committee. My name is Latrice Dowridge from Baltimore Renters United. Baltimore Renters United supports renters across Baltimore to ensure safe, stable, and affordable and fair housing where all tenants are free from exploitation and discrimination. We urge you to move favorably on House Bill 964. We advocate for this legislation because we firmly believe in the rehabilitation and successful reintegration of formerly incarcerated individuals into society. Within our community, we have witnessed individuals who have faced barriers to access housing due to their past. Housing instability perpetuates a cycle of starting over and impedes their ability to lead productive lives. They need to access essential services like receiving mail and securing steady employment with stable housing. Despite their efforts to rebuild their lives, their past continues to hinder their prospects. These individuals have fulfilled their societal obligations and should not be barred from obtaining housing. We want to work towards reducing reoffending rates, promoting equal opportunities, providing necessary community support, and recognizing their potential to contribute positively to society. We urge the committee to offer a favorable report with no weakening amendments, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. We now have some in-person favorable amendment witnesses. Thank you again, Ariana. Grayson Wiggins, MMHA, Ryan Washington, AOBA, Evie Yost, Disability Rights Maryland, and Zafar Shah, Maryland Legal Aid. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Washington with the Apartment Office Building Association. We come in favorable with amendments to HB 964. This is a well-intentioned bill as it's trying to address securing housing for returning citizens. We do have amendments, and just to provide a little background, we represent members in Prince George's and Montgomery counties, which also have ordinance similar to this legislation that addresses returning citizens, and also DC as well. The federal government, HUD, has specific guidance in terms of addressing criminal screening practices and what are best practices, as long as it demonstrates that it's non-discriminatory in nature. Those practices are appropriate in terms of requiring housing providers to have a a very specific and individualized assessment on the folks that may have a screening or had a criminal record. We do request amendments to increase the years in terms of look back periods, specifically for violent crimes, in particular domestic violence, financial crimes, drug abuse, drug possession, not marijuana specifically, but illicit drugs. I'm thinking heroin, fentanyl, and that such, that really need to have that look back period to ensure that members are clearly vetting individuals that are living on the property and ensure the safety of the tenants living in the surrounding community. And I have additional amendments in our letter, but I will stay for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Zafar Shah from Maryland Legal Aid's Tenant Right to Counsel project. We 100% support the intent of this bill. This is a major step forward for our clients. I co-sign on exactly what Mr. Stan told you, which is about the double burden that low income and extremely low income renters face in this housing market if they have any other additional barriers such as a criminal history. But we do think procedures matter. We think notice matters. We think a rebuttal to a denial of housing based on criminal history matters. We do favor amendments on this bill that would make this Fair Chance in Housing Act look more like New Jersey's Fair Chance in Housing Act, or make it look more like Montgomery County's similar ordinance that was passed just a few years ago. More substantively, we do oppose even a 3-year look back period, and I'll tell you why. And the sponsor did mention this in the statistics he cited. When individuals attain stable housing after incarceration, they're more likely to reintegrate into their communities and less likely to end up back in prison than their formerly incarcerated peers in precarious housing situations. And one study found that people who spent 2 years or less in the community were more than twice as likely to be homeless as those who had been out of prison for 4 years or longer. And so the highest impact that this bill can make is immediately after reentry, allowing a 3-year wait period, so to speak, for the fair chance is going to end up with more homelessness and recidivism. We think that the bill should be improved to really give a fair chance and not a chance to fall back into the problems that the bill is trying to address. So we urge a favorable amendment report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Evie Yost. I'm an attorney with Disability Rights Maryland, the federally appointed protection and advocacy agency in Maryland mandated to advance the civil rights of persons with disabilities. To end the unnecessary segregation and institutionalization of Marylanders with disabilities, DRM's housing unit works to expand opportunities for people with disabilities to be a part of their communities and to live in affordable and accessible housing, as well as preventing unnecessary homelessness and institutionalization. DRM supports House Bill 964 with amendments because it would increase housing opportunities and decrease the potential for housing discrimination for all renters, but especially people with disabilities who may have criminal histories, who already face numerous barriers to accessing safe, affordable, accessible housing. The treatment of people with disabilities by law enforcement, especially those with behavioral health disabilities, results in incongruent rates of criminal legal system involvement. People with disabilities are overrepresented at all stages of the criminal legal system. Only 15% of the general population in the US is estimated to be disabled. At least 40% of all people currently experiencing incarceration and 23% of people on probation or parole are people with disabilities. By limiting landlords' ability to require prospective renters to disclose past criminal legal system involvement, HB 964 would promote housing opportunity and housing security for renters with disabilities who've had previous interactions with law enforcement as a result of conduct or behavior resulting from a disability. Increasing access to decent, safe, and affordable housing for people with conviction histories will go a long way to ensuring that those with behavioral health or mental health disabilities have the opportunity to be fully integrated into all aspects of the community and thus to enjoy a healthier and better quality of life. We would urge the committee to incorporate the proposed amendments requiring conditional offer prior to requiring disclosure of criminal records and requiring an individualized assessment of the circumstances of an individual's record. As many people with mental health disabilities, criminal histories are the result of benign behavior resulting from a medical condition, which might be managed with medication and treatment. So we would urge a favorable with amendments report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. I want to thank Delegate Bawafo for having several substantive conversations with me about the bill. We're working very hard on it. I think my client would prefer to see a bifurcated review process, which we see in other states. And you could, I guess, differentiate between a felony and a misdemeanor with some specific cases maybe delineated within the bill as well. Additionally, there's some liability protection in the DC statute that I've seen that my client likes. Additionally, one of the things we'd like the committee to consider are protections for landlords at the local level, where we've seen cases where local jurisdictions are attempting to non-renew a license for criminal activity at a property, things like a dice game, are leading to the potential for non-renewal of 300 rental units. That's not a hypothetical. That happened just this past fall. And so we'd like the committee to consider expanding upon a bill that you passed a couple of years ago, Delegate Palakovich-Carr's bill, which prohibited a local jurisdiction from non-renewing or removing a license for 911 calls to a property and expanding that to criminal activity at the property. Because we do, as you know, as DHCD has pointed out, we do have a shortage of affordable housing units. We don't want to lose 300 units over a dice game. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Evie Yost, so you were rushing there towards the end, trying to get everything into the 2 minutes. Could you just briefly explain what your amendments are?
Yeah, thank you. We feel that the conditional offer and individualized assessment, which would be in alignment with the Fair Housing Act and HUD's requirements, would have a unique impact on people with mental health disabilities who may have experienced criminalization as a result of their medical conditions. Requiring a conditional offer of housing from the landlord to the tenant prior to the tenant being required to disclose a criminal history or criminal record, and then the individualized assessment portion, which would allow the potentially benign behavior of an individual's disability, which may have resulted in a conviction or criminal record, to be appropriately taken into consideration and not flat out denied housing as a result.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring up our last panel. It's two, favorable amendment, one unfavorable just for efficiency. Carolyn Johnson, Homeless Persons Representation Project, Albert Turner, Renters United Maryland, and William Castelli, which is unfavorable for the Realtors. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Carolyn Johnson. I'm the managing attorney at the Homeless Persons Representation Project. I've been providing legal representation to people who are unhoused for 25 years, including representing individuals with criminal histories trying to access housing. Criminal history screening and housing both creates homelessness among recently released individuals and exacerbates and prolongs homelessness among those who are already unhoused in our community. In the 2023 point in time count in Baltimore City, 41% of unsheltered folks living on the street reported having been in jail, prison, or juvenile detention. Housing is the primary solution to ending homelessness, but needs to be accessible for everyone, including those with criminal histories. Unfortunately, we do think that this bill as drafted is missing some key components that are standard in other fair chance and housing laws and are necessary for the law to be impactful. As drafted, currently, this would allow landlords to screen for all criminal history in the past 3 years, including charges that did not result in conviction, and all convictions, regardless of how minor or their relevancy to a tenancy. This provision is too broad and inconsistent with fair housing legal standards. Under the Fair Housing Act, denying housing based solely on arrest is not permissible, and denial of housing based on criminal convictions must be necessary to achieve a substantial, legitimate, and non-discriminatory interest. Screening must include an individualized assessment of the applicant that takes into consideration numerous factors, including rehabilitation or good conduct of the applicant since the criminal offense. We also oppose the 3-year look-back period, which is really, in our view, a homelessness period. 3 years is a long time to be unhoused. And when people can't get into housing, they're unhoused in your communities, in your emergency shelters, and on the street. We're strong supporters of fair chance and housing laws, and we urge a favorable report with amendment.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Albert Turner. I am a attorney with the Public Justice Center and a member of the Renters United Maryland. Want to reiterate the appreciation we have for Delegate Boafo. We think that the limiting the inspection of criminal records for tenants is incredibly important. We support the intention of the bill. However, we do have reservations, and we would like specifically on my end or on our end to see a definition section for this bill. In other jurisdictions, you will find definitions for things like what a criminal history is, right? And the way that this bill is structured, without having that list of definitions, it is hard for the landlord and for the tenant to know exactly what is considered criminal history. Record expungements right now in the state of Maryland are automatically done in case search. However, those expungements or those records are still out there. We want to make sure that in all processes that are automatically expunged and other criminal records that are nonviolent in the intent or nonviolent in their essence or are not convictions are not holding tenants back from being able to access housing. And we would recommend, or we would ask that this bill be found to have been favorable with the amendments as outlined in our written testimony, as well as stated stated presently in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Bill Castelli on behalf of the Maryland Realtors and the property managers who are members of our association, and they are opposed to the legislation. And one of the reasons they're opposed, they think a 7-year look back is a good balance. It allows property managers to look back and see if there's going to be someone who's a repetitive or has multiple violations of the law. And to be clear, the HUD guidance that's been issued does not mean that just because someone has had a multiple violation of the law during that 7 years, or just one, that is going to be excluded. HUD gives very clear guidance. You have to have specific reasons to look at criminal history. It's got to, that history has to present a demonstrable risk to the property or to other tenants. So it's not necessarily a bar that anything within that 7-year period gets considered. But the HUD guidance makes it very clear that it's got to specifically be related to a demonstrable risk to the property. And for that reason, we are opposed to the bill.
Thank you. There's a question from Delegate Allen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Castelli, always good to see you. I want to dig a little deeper on the 7 years, because we've heard testimony today. The bill sponsor as written, the bill is a 3-year look back. We've heard testimony. The people want amendments for 5 years. People want amendments for 0 years. People want amendments for 7 years. So I just want to kind of find out where the 7 comes from, because right now, based on everything we're hearing, 3 actually sounds kind of like the compromise position.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure why 7 was picked, but I think for many of the reasons that you heard today, they decided, look, we should have some cutoff in terms of looking back on a person's criminal history. So I don't know why 7 was picked, but
okay. I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do not see any additional questions for this panel. So that concludes the bill hearing on HB 964. We'll now turn to HB 970, Committee Alum Delegate Wells. Welcome back. Real property, residential leases, rent increase prohibition. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Oh.
Hello. It's great to be back. Also great to see the new leadership at the helm. Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce and members of the committee that will always be my first love. You know, first loves, you can move on, but you can always be the first love. But no, it's in all honesty, it's great to be back. For the record, I am Delegate Wells, and I'm here to testify on House Bill 970. House Bill 970 is a continuation of legislation we passed last year that requires landlords to give specific notice of rental increases to tenants. What we did not include in last year's legislation, which was HB 151, was a tenant protection of late notice. So this bill aims to address this by saying if a landlord does not give proper notice, they will not be allowed to raise the rent for the upcoming lease renewal and cannot take any adverse actions because of their failure to properly notify a tenant. I'd like to add that we've had some reach out over the retaliatory language in this bill, and that I would like to see this, or that in this bill that would like to see this revised to include H-20B.1 language, and we are happy to offer that amendment if needed. And something I'd like to also stress is that this bill will only affect a landlord if they fail to follow the law we passed last year. So if proper notice is given, we currently have no other restrictions on that rental increase. With that, I ask for a favorable report on HB 970.
Delegate Wells, did you have a panel?
I don't think so.
Okay,
No.
that's fine. I'll take questions for the sponsor at this time, and then we'll bring up favorable. Seeing none, I'd like to call up Albert Turner, Renters United Maryland, Zephyr Shaw, Maryland Legal Aid.
Well, thank you again, Vice Chair Boyce and members of the committee. Zephyr Shaw from Maryland Legal Aid. I'll make this very brief. This bill is necessary to answer a very simple question coming out of last year's enactment, which is if the landlord does not follow the notice requirement for notice of rent increase, then what should happen? If a tenant brings it up, is it retaliation if the landlord then takes an act such as trying to non-renew the lease or take some other action? This bill is really just to answer that question. So we support this bill and seek a favorable report.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, Albert Turner of the Public Justice Center, Renters United Maryland. I'd like to briefly add our support of this bill. As Mr. Shaw has stated, this does solidify the bill that was passed by this body last year. In instances where the landlord does not follow the law by getting the required notice to the tenant, they should be barred from retaliating against that tenant by non-renewing of the lease. And we request a favorable report on this bill.
Very quick, very thorough. Thank you so much. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Shaw or Mr. Turner? Seeing none, thank you so much. We will move to unfavorable testimony at this time. Catherine Howard, Regional Management Incorporated, Ryan Washington, Apartment in the Office Building Association, Grayson Wiggins, MMHA, and William Castellides, RWL, on behalf of the Realtors. May begin as soon as you're seated.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Boyce. It's been a long afternoon already. My name is Kathy Howard, and I am the General Counsel for Regional Management, Inc. We understand what the impetus for this bill is to make a clarification with regard to what happens if there is a slip up on the landlord's part to get out the proper notice for a lease renewal. However, I think that the language is not necessarily as clear as it needs to be. It looks to me, if I read it very quickly, that it looks like he would never be able to give a rent increase again. And I don't think that's what the sponsor actually means. And we do have some possible amendments that we'd like to share with her. We would be happy to work with her on that clarification.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Once again, Ryan Washington with the Apartment Office Building Association. I'd just like to echo Kathy's response. It is common practice for our members to ensure residents are informed of rent increases and they have ample time. The standard's 90 months. However, our members have concerns about this bill as it sets an arbitrary prohibition on rent increases for anyone found to have failed to provide notice. I am appreciative of working with the bill sponsor and speaking with our concerns. I think there is a medium we can find where we penalize those bad actors. However, having a blanketed prohibition of rent is just another form of rent control, in my opinion. And we have seen the consequences of policies such as that and just disrupting housing affordability and members' ability to operate, especially here in the state of Maryland, where operating expenses are increasing for our members in terms of utilities, property tax, mortgage, and that such. So we would like to look for a medium that is appropriate and addresses those bad actors. And I'll like to stay for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Bill Castelli on behalf of the Maryland Realtors. Our concern is the same in terms of whether this is a perpetual prohibition on a rent increase or not. And just to be clear, even though many of our members represent small landlords, folks that may own one or two properties, there are many who are not represented. Some of these violations are not willful violations. They are unaware of the law, and a permanent prohibition on a rent increase for an unknowing violation we think seems severe, but happy to work with the sponsor on it.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. I would echo the concerns that have already been articulated. The only thing I would add is that the way the bill is drafted, it's also not specific. It's not clear that it's specific to the actual tenant that received the notice. So this could be interpreted to apply across an entire building when it was only one unit in question. So thank you.
And thanks so much. Just for clarification, is it that you're favorable with amendments or that you oppose but would like amendments? I'm confused.
I'm sorry, are you speaking with me, Madam
I'm
Vice Chair?
speaking to anyone up there.
So I think for my client specifically, there was a specific concern about the perpetuity aspect of the prohibition and the unclear nature of the language in the current bill. So that was what precipitated the unfavorable signing up. But then, as Delegate Wells just noted in her testimony, that I believe she only intends to apply this to the upcoming lease renewal. There might be an opportunity to find common ground on an amendment.
Fair enough. Are there questions for this panel? Yes, Delegate Love.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of order, witnesses. When the vice chair has the gavel, she is Madam Chair. Isn't that so?
My apologies.
No need to apologize. Any questions other than point of orders? Thank you so much. That concludes the hearing for HB 970. Next, we will have HB 1000. Delegate Ruff, Real Property Residential Contracts of Sale, Buyer Privacy Rights. Mr. Ruff, do you have a panel?
I do.
You can bring them
Madam
up.
Chair.
Yes. Hey, that's Baltimore City.
Indeed.
You can proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of this committee, I appreciate your consideration of this bill. It's House Bill 1000. I lucked out on the number. And it is titled Real Property Residential Contracts of Sale, Buyer Privacy Rights. And I think this is an important bill because of intentional as well as implicit bias that occurs during the negotiation phases of residential contracts for sale of residential homes. I'm here accompanied by my panel who will talk about their experiences as realtors dealing with the bias that is associated with revealing the name of a potential buyer of a residential home and how a seller may weaponize that information and violate and essentially intrude into that person's privacy in order to make a decision on who they want to sell their house to. And in doing so, they may be either intentionally or unintentionally discriminating against a potential buyer based on protected classes that we all know are, according to federal law, are not allowed to be considered in that type of a decision-making process, according to our fair housing laws. This bill goes just a bit further because it is not easy to prove intentional race discrimination, gender discrimination, age discrimination, religious discrimination, national origin discrimination. And in order to eliminate bias completely from the process, it is necessary to protect the privacy of potential home buyers so that everyone has a fair chance to have their package, their proposal, and their offer for a potential home that could be their forever home, that could be their start to building generational wealth, to have a fair playing field. And at the end of the day, even though there are opponents to this bill from the Maryland Realtors Association, they're not going to be able to say that the only considerations that should be made when we're dealing with residential contract for sale is who has the best offer. Can this person afford to pay for this property? And is this offer the best offer that I'm going to be able to get for my home? There should not be, well, I don't know if these people that I'm looking up on Google and I'm researching their backgrounds and seeing what they are into. I don't want them living in my neighborhood. I don't want them living around my neighbors. I want to be considerate about my neighbors and let them pick and choose and discriminate about who should be a part of their neighborhood. Everyone should have the right, the fair playing field to be able to present their package and have that package considered fairly, equally, and justly without discrimination. And so with that, I would ask I would ask this committee to please offer a favorable report. I think there are also some specific premises in this bill that should give this committee some assurances that this process of removing the name will not affect the validity or the effectiveness of this negotiation process. Once the negotiation process is over, the buyer will have the name of the seller. There will be validation of that person, and they will then sign the actual contract, and we'll move forward with the process of transferring the property. There's also a provision in this bill that requires the individual, right? And this only pertains to individuals. It does not pertain to corporations. Ensure that this person has not been convicted of fraud, that relates to any kind of real estate sale, and also that they have not misrepresented their status as an individual, and that they intend to occupy the residential real property as the individual buyer's principal place of residence. So those are all assurances that fraud is not happening. And so I'll make way for my panel. I'll stop there, but I would ask for a favorable report. Go ahead. You have
Thank
to
you.
announce your name.
Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, distinguished members.
Chair Boyce.
Chair Boyce. Thank you, Chair Boyce. My name is Kimberly Kepnes. I am a 30-year Realtor. I'm an office manager. I'm a president of Monument Sotheby's International Realty. This bill that's before you is not the first time you'll see it. And we may be back in the future because what we're asking for is to upset the status quo. It is so important for me to know who's going to buy my house. We feel like we have a right to sell it to whomever we want. The difficulty is that in doing so, we may intend or unintend to subvert the rights of another. And as a 30-year Realtor, it was just so usual and customary, expected that the conversation at the kitchen table with the offer to purchase was about who the buyer is, their family, will they fit in? We went to school together. The seller wanting to find a point of connection, a steward to hand that home over to. And in that process, what's challenging about that process is all of those who don't get to sit at the table and we don't get to have a conversation with. So we're not looking to upend the real estate industry. There have been many changes in fair housing laws. We see counties with additional protected classes, societal changes, technology bring us opportunities to protect one another from each other. Please help us do that with this bill.
Madam Chair, thank you. My name is Rodney Dodson. I'm a professional real estate advisor for Monument Sotheby's International Realty, board member at the Greater Baltimore Board of Realtors, and the current chair of the Equal Opportunity Committee at GBBR. The number one question that real estate agents get asked today is, how's the market? Our general response is the inventory is low, the interest rates are high, yet very rarely does the consumer ever ask, are my rights protected? I'd assume they think we as professionals in the industry are protecting their rights because we took an ethical oath to do so. Unfortunately, that's currently not so. In a climate of high demand for homes, limited inventory, and extreme advances in technology, a home buyer's privacy is at a clear disadvantage. The answer is simple. Vote for passing HB 1000. It will remove the bias from the real estate transaction. GBBR approves changes to the residential contract of sale every year. Believe me, I sit on the board and I see it get done. So as we sit here today and we think about the home that we eventually will go on to get to, the place where we rest our head, and we think about the Fair Housing Act of 1968 and those policies equals the playing field back then, right? So the question is, how are us lawmakers going to choose that legacy? Your answer should be House Bill 1000. Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I have a question. It's more complicated than it seems, right? Reading the bill. So my question is actually on page 3, you list here what is stated in the contract, right? That is executed. The buyer broker agreement without revealing the name. So one of the things it says is that the buyer intends to occupy the residential real property as the individual's buyer's principal place of residence. So my question is, does that mean that if they're not going to do that, their name is revealed?
That's correct.
You go right ahead.
That is correct. The intention of the bill is to protect buyers of primary residence in a residential purchase, not for an entity purchase, not for a development purchase, not for an investment purchase. And those purchasers would have to have transparency in the contract of sale. The initiative is to protect someone that's looking to occupy as a primary residence.
Okay, this might be really picky and small, but supposing I wanted to buy a house for my son or daughter who was getting married, and it was not going to be my principal place of residence, but I was going to buy it because I had the credit rating and the ability to get a mortgage. So then this wouldn't apply?
Well, your agent might recommend strategically you should be represented by an agent that might let you know that it would be in your interest to perhaps be a guarantor and to write that offer in the name of your son and daughter-in-law or whomever you might be purchasing it for. so that their rights would be protected. Otherwise, there would be scrutiny on your buying it as an investor.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kepnes, is that? Yeah, thank you. And your testimony was so powerful. It made me think about how we might prejudge a stranger, but if they were sitting at the kitchen table with us, we might be so pleasantly surprised that, that they well, whatever. But that's not my question. My question is the realtor's testimony, they are unfavorable. And so they said that they are committed to, fair housing, and that they've proactively added a fair housing disclosure statement on our residential brokers agreements whereby both buyers and sellers expressly agree to abide by all fair housing laws. Does that solve this problem in your experience as a realtor?
Absolutely. No, I'm not a realtor.
I was asking the realtors.
So I'll say, unfortunately not, because there's so many aspects to the fair housing laws. You're talking sex, race, color, religious, familial status. And when the transaction, occurs, that's just a piece of paper that's signed, and this bill is like a safety belt. We can't stop people from, unfortunately, going out and having a drink and getting behind a car, but we did institute a safety belt. We're saving them from themselves. So that's kind of what this bill does. It places a stop. It says, this is a choice. We're going to save you from yourself during the negotiation period. It's no bias going to be had. So I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you all here. And Ms. Kepnes.
Kepnes, thank you.
I still have you beat a number of years in the business. I've got a question though, in terms of how this process is going to work. Paper signed, paper not yet signed. Is there Mr. ABC on here? Is it Ms. XYZ on here? I want to know how this process is going to work through the negotiation period.
We advocate to work with Maryland Realtors, with this group, with the Maryland Real Estate Commission, to have a contract of sale that has no buyer's name on page one. Presently, page one includes the date, the seller's name, and the buyer's name. We advocate that page one would be sent to the Forms Committee and remove that number two. Number three, buyer's name would be removed. On page 10 of the contract of sale is the date of contract acceptance. That date is inserted when the offer to purchase becomes a contract. There's an agreement. We would propose that the buyer's name would be placed below the date of contract acceptance, revealing the name of the buyer, for the lender to have an offer to purchase with the buyer's name, for the title company to have the buyer's name on the contract, once it is fully ratified. Until that time, there would be no buyer's name on the contract of sale, on any addenda to the contract. There are many addenda to the contract today that do not include the name of the buyer or the name of the seller. An example is Maryland's disclosure disclaimer statement, has no buyer or seller name. It is signed by both the buyer and the seller. We propose that the Forms Committee could create a document that does not have the buyer's name on it, but would be inserted at the time of contract acceptance.
But even, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
But even on those disclosure disclaimer statements, you still have to initial at the bottom of the page.
Correct. There will be initial, there'll be a full signature. Correct.
So, and again, I'm not trying to poke holes in, I'm just trying to figure out how it works. So instead of initials, what do? Put an X, or instead of a name on the page of the contract? What do you
Well,
put there?
many contracts of sale, and I can't say I know how many and what percentage are signed electronically. If you've ever signed an electronic document, you have a choice of the style of your signature. And the choice of that style of signature might be changed or modified so that it's not immediately recognizable. There isn't a mechanism in terms of a signature that will completely anonymize this buyer, but it would take a great effort to try to find the name of the buyer in that process. We would propose that we could also work with the organizations like DocuSign, other organizations that create electronic signatures to be able to help further this initiative. We believe that the idea around removing the name, around, of course, having a signed agreement. This is going to be an initialed and signed document, and we will have that client will be signing a document with their buyer realtor detailing that they're not misrepresenting who they are and they're not misrepresenting the purchase, so that we do have a statement from the buyer and a purchase that could be rescinded if that's proven to be false. So we don't have all answers, but we certainly have moving in the direction to be able to find the way to make that actionable.
One more, Madam Chair. And so one of the things you just mentioned, you're intending to work with Maryland Real Estate Commission to get these documents put together. Is that what I'm heard?
Well, what we said, Maryland Realtors, we're very interested in working with Maryland Realtors to make this initiative actionable in the purchase contract. Yes.
With the commission, right? The Maryland.
We have also we also met with the executive director of the Maryland Real Estate Commission. We advocated that this bill be presented to the commissioners so that the Maryland Real Estate Commission could also make a decision about, while they can't advocate for the bill today, it was a bill that they were willing to discuss whether or not that would be something advocated for by the commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also curious about how the mechanics of all this will work. And I've also been reading the language of the bill. And it may be, I'm not an attorney and I'm not a realtor, so I don't know exactly if these have special meetings or not. But one of the questions is about who is an individual? I mean, does an individual include a married couple that are buying a house together, for example? Or is it just, do you have to be a single person in order to get the benefit of this? That's the first question.
No, I would say an individual is a natural human individual. Is that the best way to describe it?
The first bill came out as a natural person, which means a human being. And that could be an individual or group of human beings if they were individually or collectively occupying as a primary residence. So it was not exclusive to individual.
So it doesn't mean what the normal.
It's not intended to mean that.
Okay, so that might be something that needs clarification if we go forward with something like this. The next question is, when it gets to the point where the name is revealed, after whatever negotiations have gone on, and it becomes somebody that they know personally that they really don't like, or that has offended them or hurt them or stalked them, or it's their ex that they had a very nasty breakup. There are all kinds of potential things where once a name is revealed and it has nothing to do with protected classes, it has something to do with a personal history. Can the person get out of it when they see who it is? I'm not selling my house to them.
Well, the bill itself today doesn't provide for the mechanism. What it does is provide a background, and it provides a format to move forward. We proposed a buyer disclosure, and that buyer disclosure would be potentially incorporating other kinds of individuals that may need to be disclosed in order to protect or preserve a seller right. So that certainly could be incorporated if there were additional protections. For example, that the buyer is representing they're not an LLC and they're not an entity purchase. That could also be incorporated for the buyer to represent that they're not in litigation with the owner, or that any other kinds of concerns or nuances to be incorporated there.
But that's not in the bill as it's before.
It is not in the bill.
So Delegate, I wanted to know, based on your question, why, if it was someone who was offensive to the seller, what rationale would they then have? Just because they don't like the person, they would then want, have the right to?
I'm just asking a question.
I know, that's why I'm asking. It spawned another question in my head to kind of get at the motivations of your question, and I'm trying to figure out what circumstances would warrant the rescinding of this contract simply because the person didn't like them, or was somebody that was abrasive to them, or somebody that just didn't
Or maybe somebody
agree
who
with.
assaulted them in the past, or, I mean.
Understood, but why would that then negate the contract?
Well, that's my question. I don't know whether it would or not.
Well,
I'm
that's what I'm
just
saying. I don't see any grounds for that to negate the contract.
Okay, that was the answer. I just needed to understand the mechanics of this, whether that is something that you foresaw as an issue or not. That's all.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is a grounds
Okay.
to rescind a contract that's been agreed to.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
appreciate it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
No problem. Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions. First question, I'm just curious why we have sort of a bifurcation of primary residences versus investment properties. Do we think that there's no discrimination potential if someone's buying an investment property?
Well, no. In the beginning stages of this bill, we had some opposition from the Attorney General Bavar, I believe, where their concern was that if the bill did not outline a natural person, that they were concerned that it would spawn straw buyers to come into the vicinity and buy up substantial real estate. So that was the decision to amend into the current version of natural home buyers was spawned by that. We saw that concern and we addressed it. So it does not pertain to LLCs.
No, I understand that, but I know some folks that buy property, not in an LLC, but just buy it as a sole proprietorship where you're going to see their name on the documentation. So I'm just curious why we would kind of create two different marketplaces there. If there's a problem, to me, there's a problem whether you're buying an investment property or a property that's, for primary residential use. So I think that's something you need to think about inside of this there, because I think that there still is if there's a potential for a problem, there's a potential for a problem in either situation there. If there's a name, there's a name, regardless of whether it's a residence or not.
Yeah, I think that we will have to figure out how to work that through with the opinion of the Attorney General's office, because we don't want to run afoul of any kind of consumer protection or any other type of.
No, I can appreciate that, but I still think that if there's a problem that exists, I think that there could be in either of those circumstances. My other question is, why not just a total shielding of all documentation? Because there are other pieces of documentation where someone's name could be out there, like a pre-approval letter from a mortgage. Why not just say all of it? Because I feel like you could put a realtor in a very difficult spot potentially, right? Where they may feel as if they have to withhold certain documents, might feel like maybe they're even opening themselves up to litigation. Why not just a total shielding of all documents?
So you're kind of, and I appreciate that question. That was the emphasis of the bill. The bill was called buyer identification, no names, complete opposition from, complete opposition. We tried to meet things halfway with Maryland Realtors and the Forms Committee to say that, you know, at the end of the day, we want this to be a legal document. We want the process to move smoothly through the precepts that we already have in place through the title company, through the loan officers. It's funny that you mentioned about financing. Many loan officers that I spoke with who offer pre-approval letters, they already have a file number attached to the pre-approval letter. So that the initial pre-approval letter, we contend that will be, and we plan to start this in 2025 too. So we're giving this time for us to meet with Maryland Realtors and form committees and to sound the alarm that, hey, Maryland is a different state when it comes to home buying now. The buyer's name will not be present during the negotiation process, therefore alerting financial pre-approval institutions that a file number of sort in the beginning to let the seller know that this home buyer is fully capable of buying this home, and you would have to assert to that process. So hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
We're going to have Delegate Davis and Delegate Stewart, and that will be the last question after Delegate Stewart, so we can go to unfavorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to turn this into a question. So I, as a person who's been personally affected by this, doesn't this mirror the old racial covenants, housing covenants that we had in history? And doesn't it sometimes show up as, I don't want a Black person living next to my neighbors? Thank you.
I would say in my experience, shockingly and frighteningly, yes. The infancy of this bill occurred when in a particular neighborhood in Baltimore City, a buyer that had a distinct African last name. Sometimes as realtors, we do a lot of negotiation before we write things up. We have conversations. Everything with this deal was on the table. It was then written up and the name appeared on the contract and it was submitted to the seller, and it was crickets. And so that a light bulb went off in a meeting that we had during 2020 and said, and they personally asked me, well, Rodney, as an African American, what happens when this happens? And I said, we move on to the next house. And that was the beginning of this bill. So it does happen. The name, it equivocally just gives so much information to the seller, and it makes the transaction unbalanced sometimes. And it's quite frankly why we're here today, to represent those beautiful ethnic names that are unrepresented.
And you can name the neighborhood unless it's in my district.
I mean, you could also just say yes, exactly.
I can.
You could say yes.
I can. Sorry. Yes.
Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, I've always thought this bill was coming from totally the right place for exactly the reason you all just articulated and the reason that Delegate Davis was saying, and that's why I've always been interested in it. But the problem that always comes up, and I'm not sure if we ever have come up with a solution, is not necessarily the case of what Delegate, along the same lines, but not necessarily what Delegate Healy was saying about you don't like someone, they, you know, did something mean to you in the past or whatever. But what's come up is the incident where buyers or sellers rather want to have the right to refuse to sell homes to sex offenders. And I'm not sure whether this should be done, because I'm not sure that sex offenders should always be discriminated against and should just always be tossed out personally. But I know that this is an issue that has come up a bunch because, you know, for example, I think we heard one time about someone who, if they would not have been able to Google or do a background check on someone, they wouldn't have known that they were a sex offender. And that home was near a school, which is not allowed, but would have happened had they not been able to see the name. So this has come up. This is something the committee I know has grappled with in the past. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to address that.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that question. It's something that we've been talking about. And in developing from these rooms, we developed a more comprehensive idea about a buyer representation. And we can't, as agents, know who the buyer is and if they are a registered sex offender. That sex offender is actually aware, acutely aware of their obligations in that purchase contract. That undoubtedly would be an individual or a class listed on the buyer disclosure, that in the event there was a misrepresentation on that buyer disclosure, i.e. this buyer is actually a LLC or an entity purchase or a registered sex offender that is purchasing a property within however many feet from a school, then, you know, there's an unequivocal right, you know, a unilateral right to terminate and exit the contract. It's interesting that this bill is so difficult because it just takes discretion from us, and we don't like that. I mean, just on a level, I don't like the idea of not being able to choose. And so when that's being pulled back, it is hard, it gets uncomfortable. And, you know, there are so many protected classes. There are so many. I'm an Ellicott City resident. I'm in Howard County. I love this melting pot that we have in Howard County. And this happens right in Ellicott City. Just something about that other buyer I like better. Well, this one's offering you 10 more. Well, I can't really say what it is. That's a real conversation with agents today. And this bill, interestingly, also I'll share and then I'll stop. Maryland Realtors did offer to embrace this initiative in multiple contract scenarios, because discretion becomes higher when we're only $1,000 apart. You know, naturally it's looking for a point of connection. How similar are we? And in looking for similarities, what happens is we don't see, you know, what isn't. And that can violate a protected class. And we didn't feel that that went far enough. And we felt that the unintended consequence of that would be, it would be very difficult to monitor that. And how would that go off uniformly with term sheets? And then, yes, agents feeling uncomfortable. Did I represent everything on the term sheet? Did I get everything on the offer to purchase? And so we were concerned about that too. It's not easy and it is uncomfortable. We think it's necessary.
First of all, thank you so much for such a thorough conversation. It is certainly interesting. And so I appreciate the insight and all the questions from the committee. I'd like to, at this point, call up unfavorable witness in person, Lisa May, Maryland Realtors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. We always hate being here, speaking in opposition to a bill that has very good intentions. And of course, Maryland Realtors has always supported fair housing initiatives. But unfortunately, in the posture that this bill is in terms of procedure, that has always been our objection to this bill. We had many conversations with the previous bill sponsor about ways to try to make this work in the contract process in a way to make it work in compliance with the Brokerage Act, reaching out to other states to see if they did anything similar, and they have not found out, you know, any way to make this work with their own brokerage acts. And contrary to removing discretion, we actually do see this bill as introducing discretion for agents on what information to shield from a seller to evaluate their offer, in picking and choosing what information to present to them, so that they can make a determination as to what is the most favorable offer. And that does get to, as was mentioned, the mortgage pre-approval statement, which our mortgage lenders have told us they will not issue to a set of initials. The buyer's name must be on there. It gets to the amount of the earnest money deposit, which for me, when I bought my last house, was a photocopy of my personal check, which of course had my name and address on it. Would an agent be in a position of having to redact that information from their clients and therefore harm their ability to fairly evaluate the offer that is in front of them? So we will continue to have as many conversations as as the sponsor would like to have with us, of course. But based upon where we are today and where our negotiations have gotten us, we must be unfavorable on this bill.
Thank you so much, Delegate Davis.
You. I really appreciate your testimony. So we know, those who've been in the civil rights business for a minute, that we've never had any law passed, never had any anything equitable given to us. It's always been monetized. So suppose we hold the realtors negligent or financially responsible if they participate in discrimination.
Delegate, I appreciate that. I would posit that they are. Civil rights violations are investigable, and they come with very hefty penalties. And so I would hope that any ounce of discrimination would be reported to the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights, to the Attorney General's office, to HUD, anywhere where those very protections could be enforced.
Any other questions for Lisa May? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing for HB 1000. Calling up now HB 1090, Delegate Queen, revitalizing neighborhoods through home ownership program and fund established. Madam Queen, do you have a panel with you? You're welcome to bring them up.
Sure, maybe not. Maybe not this time. I think there's some other places, but this will be fine. Okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Environmental Transportation Committee. I'm Delegate Pam Queen, and I am seeking a favorable recommendation for HB 1090, revitalizing neighborhoods through home ownership program and fund establishment. So let me talk about the problem we're trying to address. And you know, because I'm listening to some of the testimony you've heard already, that our communities need a spectrum of housing, which includes temporary housing, that's our emergency shelters and transitional housing, rental units, as well as home ownership. And so to draw attention to this bill, which addresses home ownership, I want to remind you of a quote. The housing crisis remains one of the greatest threats to our state's success, ... We get all around the state in urban, rural, and suburban areas. And the thing that we're repeatedly hearing from people is that housing is a challenge. This is a remark from Governor Wes Moore. He went on further to say that there is a 96,000 unit shortage in the state. And so HB 1090, revitalizing neighborhoods through home ownership program and fund establishment, is focusing on increasing home ownership in Maryland without that quandary of where we will build and how we will build these new units that are needed. The focus is to take existing homes and revitalize them to be available for home ownership. So we know that home ownership benefits individuals, families, and the communities, creating financial stability, financial wealth, and tax deductions, a permanent home, and a sense of belonging to our communities. Now, you may know, or well, maybe the chairman, Corman, can talk to some of the issues we've had with his work on appropriation, that there are some programs that we know that are available federally, but various administrations don't take advantage of those. And so one of the impetus for this bill is that we make more use of some of our federal programs by incentivizing our state to provide incentivize our state to take advantage of that and providing additional funds. And so HB 1090 will leverage our federal programs that promote home ownership for low to moderate income families in Maryland and provide state funds. And so one of the funds we know that has been underutilized in Maryland, and if you don't have people who are going to testify here in person, will write letters that talk to the fact that our Federal Housing and Urban Development Dollar Initiative that goes to help local governments to foster home ownership opportunities in low and moderate income families addresses the blight of abandoned homes. And so this offers already a federal program that you can purchase qualified HUD homes to local families. And this has been a successful program that we know that has provided that can provide an affordable housing units to a state. We've not used this to the full capacity here in Maryland. And it certainly is a pathway out of poverty, which would benefit many individuals and families. We know in Baltimore City, vacant properties contribute to the blight and crime and other dangers. Baltimore already has 13,000 vacant and abandoned homes and structures, more than 20,000 vacant lots, and tens of thousands more homes that are affected because they are next to vacant or abandoned properties. So HB 1090 would be a help to that local community as a vehicle for matching state and federal funds to restore vacant properties and to promote home ownership in one jurisdiction that we know of, Baltimore City, but we have these same issues in the rural areas as well. So just to kind of recap, the goal of this is to this bill is to use, we have existing in statute of the Housing and Community Development Act, but we would envision that we could strengthen that statute to have it go after federal funds to the full capacity and to provide matching state funds where available. So I seek a favorable recommendation for HB 1087, which is addressing one spectrum of our housing crisis in Maryland, which would benefit many individuals and families and the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Queen. Are any questions for Delegate Queen at this time? Seeing none, I call up Bob Etten of the Maryland Bankers Association. I unfortunately do not see him, so that is the end of the bill hearing for HB 90. Thank you so much, Delegate Queen. Calling up HB 1010, Delegate Terrasa, Condominiums and Homeowner Associations Governing Documents, Electric Vehicle Recharging Equipment. And you're welcome to bring up your panel if you have one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one member of my panel, but they're virtual. Sure. Oh, wonderful. All right. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Terrasa Hour. Hopefully you won't hate me after that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Jen Terrasa. Back again with another electric vehicle charging bill. Today I'm presenting HB 1010, which relates to the installation of EV charging equipment in communities with homeowners associations and condominium associations. This committee has previously enacted laws that address the challenges residents of condo and HOA communities face when trying to install charging equipment for their electric vehicles. Current law, thanks to our very own Chair, Mark Corman, now provides that the governing body shall approve the installation of electric vehicle charging equipment in a unit owner's deeded parking space or a space that's specifically designated for use by a particular owner. In addition, we've heard and passed out of this chamber, at least this committee, Chairman Corman's bill, HB 159. Both of those bills focus on installing EV charging equipment for a member's assigned parking space. HB 1010 seeks to, looks at EV charging equipment in common use or limited common use parking spaces. Although placing charging equipment in communal spaces, that is a station that is located in a shared space available to various residents to use when charging their electric vehicles, is the ideal way to give charging access to as many people as possible. HOA and condo boards are not required to allow that, allow EV charging on communal spaces. But the current problem that I'm here for is when the board or of the HOA or condo association wants to install EV equipment on a communal space. It is to everyone's benefit that they be allowed to do so. This bill addresses the related issue brought to my attention by one of my constituents who is also on the panel. It turns out that some boards trying to do this are being advised by their management companies and or their attorneys that they cannot designate spaces for EV charging equipment because of language in their governing documents. The result is that either they deny a resident's request for the EV charging equipment in a communal space, even if they want it, or the board does not respond to the request because the board's stuck for months not knowing how to proceed or believing that despite their desire to agree to the request, they're not allowed to do so. So what HB 1010 does is addresses these challenges by making sure nothing in the governing documents can prohibit this. This is accomplished by making void or unenforceable any specific provision, not the whole thing, just a specific provision in the governing documents or of a condominium or HOA that prohibit or unreasonably restrict the governing body from installing or authorizing these charging equipment in a communal space. So this committee, I'm not going to go into for time's sake why we need EV charging, because I think we've heard that a number of times this session. But with that, I urge a favorable report on HB 1010.
Thank you so much, Delegate Terrasa. Mr. Sullivan, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thanks. My name is Colin Sullivan, and I'm a resident of Columbia, Maryland. I'm here today to support my strong support for HB 1010. I currently live in a condo complex governed by a declaration statement and bylaws, and at the end of 2023, my condo association expressed interest in installing an EV charger in our community. After soliciting bids from electricians and vendors, the association's lawyer provided an opinion that curtailed this initiative. In their counsel, they cited that installing EV charging equipment on a unit owner's deeded parking space does not apply to our community. So at my condo complex, all parking spaces are a part of the common element. For our association to be able to install EV chargers, we would need 80% of our unit owners to amend the declaration, as well as convening lien holders, the task which is next to impossible, thereby ending the possibility of EV chargers in our community. Members of this committee, I do not think I needed to belabor the point of the drastic impacts of climate change in our state and our communities, nor do I think I need to explain the role electric vehicles can take in mitigating an individual's carbon footprint. I feel that we should not let bad policy get in the way of progress. My condo association, and I'm sure there will be countless other communities in the foreseeable future, is dependent on the legislature passing HB 1010, which enables associations the ability to install EV charging stations on the common or limited common element. This bill would significantly streamline the process for residents like myself to access EV charging infrastructure within our communities via the HOA installing equipment. Not only will this benefit current EV owners, but it will also encourage more residents to consider purchasing EVs in the future, thereby promoting sustainability and reducing our carbon footprint. In short, the governing policies of HOAs should not impede nor prohibit the installation of EV charging equipment. I urge the Environment and Transportation Committees to support HB 1010 and help pave the way for a more environmentally friendly and progressive future for our communities. Thank you for your time, and thank you for Delegate Terrasa for your partnership in this bill.
Thank you so much, Colin, for your testimony. We are going to start with Delegate Lehman.
Thank you. And my question is for my friend Delegate Terrasa. So thank you for your tenacity on EV charging infrastructure. When you, the last bill you brought to the committee, I guess a few days ago, last week, you talked about the history of getting this, EV infrastructure, an EV infrastructure law passed in Howard and how the sky had not fallen. How has this issue come to your attention? Has it been there all along? Has it been since, you know, we passed the various bills here in Annapolis that you've heard about this challenge? And did it happen in Howard after you created that law there?
Thank you for the question, Delegate Lehman. So part of the reason I'm so passionate about getting them upfront during new construction is because these are the issues that happen in the communities that pre-existed that law. So this community and others that pre-exist the 2018 law in Howard County still struggle with this problem. And you can see that even when everybody's in agreement about it, it's still a problem. So I think it relates in that way. I'm not sure I answered your question, but I mean, from my perspective, this is exactly why we need the other bill. But for this bill, it's because these communities predate the requirement to put them in multifamily and condos and HOA communities.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I needed. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Delegate.
Madam Chair.
No problem. Thank you. Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Delegate.
Good to see you.
I was just reading your bill for the first time. I don't see anything in here relevant to who pays for.
Right.
Okay, so this bill simply authorizes the governing documents to allow EV stations to be put in there. So
Right.
the next step would be for someone to figure out how they're going to.
Right. There's no obligation on an HOA or condominium association to pay for anything under this bill. The point is that if they want to allow for this on their property, they can either pay for it, they can require the person requesting to pay for it. That can be worked out. This doesn't influence that at all. It just says your governing documents won't interfere with us doing what we all want to do.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Delegate Terraza or her panel? Okay. Seeing none, I believe that ends the ends the hearing for HB 1010. We'll now move to HB 1039. Condominiums and Homeowners Association resale contracts notice requirements. And
Thank
do you have a
you, Madam
panel?
Chair. I do have a panel and I'd ask that they come up. Would you like me to start while I head up? I am absolutely ready. Okay, so good afternoon, colleagues again, and thank you, Madam Chair and esteemed colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Jen Terraza. Thank you for this opportunity to present HB 1039, which relates to resale packages. The bill is cross-filed by Senator Waldstreicher. So what is a resale package? If you live in an HOA or a condo association and decide to sell your home, you are required by law to provide the buyer a resale package, which contains important information about the individual home being purchased and the financial standing of the association. This provides an important level of transparency and also consists of governing documents of the association, as well as about information about potential litigation, special assessments that may be forthcoming, and other important information. Currently, the law requires this resale package to be delivered within a set period of time, not later than 20 days after signing a contract under HOA for HOAs, and not later than 15 days before closing under condos under current law. So what's the issue? This is usually done by your realtor. So if you have bought a home in a HOA or condo association, or sold one, I should say, you may not have even realized this was a thing. However, last year I happened to sell my home for sale by owner. Sorry to the realtors, which gave me a unique insight into the process, as well as understanding about some of the concerns I've heard. I heard from a number of realtors, for example, that the process has become cumbersome, a pain in the you-know-what is what I was told. I've also heard that they are concerned about the related fees that have become excessive. You would think that this process is simple. You call your HOA and they send a copy of the documents to you directly to your seller, and maybe they charge a few bucks for having to find them on the computer and hitting send. But what happens instead is the HOAs have community management companies, and those companies contract out with third-party processing companies who the seller's agent, or the seller in the case of a for sale by owner, must work with to get the resale package. In my case, and I have the receipt here, which I can pass around if anybody wants to see, I was charged $295 plus a $10 credit card surcharge. That's what I was charged to get these documents. By the way, I also am part of a Columbia Association HOA. And when I went to the Columbia Association to get those documents, I was charged $25 and they handed me a copy, and that was it. So, but to get my local HOA, so my community association, I was charged $295 plus a $10 credit card surcharge. And according to this third-party site I had to go to, there was an additional $100 fee if I wanted to have the documents delivered within 22 days. Remember, documents are due within 20 days of signing the contract. So in other words, I would have to pay an extra $100 if I wanted the documents on time. Fortunately, I had a very cooperative buyer. I knew I was okay, and I didn't order them in a timely fashion, and I gave them to him, and nobody canceled the contract, so it was all good. But when we went to settlement, I was surprised again. It turns out that the mortgage company has to confirm with the HOA that in the time between the resale package was sent and the closing, no additional violations or delinquencies occurred. To confirm that, my HOA management company charged an additional $150. So these fees can really add up, as you can see. I ended up paying $455 total. If I had paid all the fees associated with getting my documents on time, it would have been $555. And all of these things, they add up. And we've been talking about affordable housing over and over and over again and barriers to home ownership. And this just adds to the cost. So several years ago, there was a work group and a bill trying to address this by the good delegate, Marvin Holmes. And at the time, there was an agreement worked out between the Realtors and Community Association Institute. And according to the law that they passed at that time, HOA and condo associations cannot charge more than it costs them to provide the resale packages, not to exceed $250. As I noted, I paid $555? I paid $455. According to the law. But what has happened since then, and the catch is that these large fees are what the third-party companies charge the HOA. So the HOA can pass along the full charge of that, even though what they're doing is just hitting send on a bunch of documents. So basically, I personally think these fees, even those agreed upon some years ago, were far too high. In 2024, nobody, even though in my conversations with some of the opponents, I was told that somebody has to stand by the copier and make copies of these documents. Well, none of you believe that somebody's standing by the copier making copies of documents in 2024. It's a matter of hitting send. However, respecting the agreement that was made, the Realtors have asked me to put in the way that I did. So I did. So what does this do? The bill clarifies what constitutes delivery of required resale documents, which determines when certain cancellation timeframes for buyers go into effect. Second, HB 1039 reduces the timeframe for associations to deliver the documents to the purchaser and reduces expedited delivery timeframes to reflect that this process is now largely digital. Again, it's a matter of hitting send. I know that there's testimony that it's much more complicated. They have to make sure it's right. But I'm happy to talk to anybody offline about all the details of what's in that package and why that can be done in the time frame. Second, HB 1039 reduces, I already said that. The bill sets a more uniform time frame for both HOAs and condo associations. So it would set for both of them 15 days prior to closing. And most importantly, this bill seeks to enforce the maximum fees that may be charged to a buyer for the resale packet to only those listed in the statute. In conclusion, HB 1039 is a reasonable bill that helps clarify timelines for complying with the law and keeps homeowners from getting gouged by exorbitant fees during a significant financial transaction when they're selling their home. I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you, Delegate Terrassa, for bringing this bill forward. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. As Delegate Terrassa mentioned, by and large, this is a more electronic process now that we are in 2024. So this bill does seek to update the timelines and conform some inconsistencies to reflect that fact that no longer are you mostly standing by a copier, taking a stack of documents about like this down to FedEx and physically mailing them to the seller. A lot of times it is the real estate agent logging onto a portal, downloading or having those documents emailed to you. And then, of course, it is on the fees. And unfortunately, I might say that Delegate Terrassa got off easy because we have heard from our members for quite a few other fees that have been charged, including a portal access fee, account setup fees, processing fees, and one that really took the cake for us, a restocking fee for an electronic document. All of those come at great cost in one association, but a lot of members of our community are members of two or more, sometimes with Columbia Association, 3 different associations. So by the time they order all of those documents and are subject to all of these add-on fees, it really is a significant sum of money. And really all that we are asking is for the fees that are in statute to actually mean something. that those are the fees. That is what the General Assembly has been decided. And that is what should be charged in this instance where consumers do not have a choice but to get these documents and they have exactly one provider that they can get them from. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Bill Castelli, also on behalf of the Realtors. And when this bill was originally passed and the fees were put in the law, it was done in a way that I would say was fair to all parties. It was really seeking to make sure that the folks that are providing the information were being compensated for providing that information. So there was a base fee, there was a fee for an expedited package, there was a fee for an inspection, and there was a COLA that was built into it as well, so that over time, that fee could increase. But as Ms. May indicated, there are now just a lot of other fees in addition to the ones that we thought were the only fees when that law was passed. And so that's a main part of this bill, which is just trying to say, look, these were the fees that were agreed to. These are the fees that we want to lock into the statute by saying these fees and only these fees. And we encourage a favorable report.
Thank you so much. Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate. My question is for you. I got a little bit lost in this explanation. So I want to be clear about what I think the bill does, and then you tell me if there's anything else. So I think what the bill does is it clarifies the fees. It allows for electronic notice / delivery of the documents.
That's allowed already.
That's allowed already.
Yeah.
Okay. It establishes a more efficient timeline. And it allows the information to be transmitted to the real estate agent as well. Does it do anything else?
Just to put a little bit of clarification on that, Delegate Foley, really, there's been a question of if an agent is the one logging onto the portal and accessing the documents, is that when the time starts ticking? Is that delivery to the buyer or is it not? And a lot of the buyer cancellation rights that are under the act start tolling when the buyer receives the packet. So if the agent is the one downloading the packet, is that delivery to the buyer? And we are trying to clarify that process to make it very clear when delivery to the buyer occurs.
And can I just add to that, because I think I failed to say, the reason the enforceability of why you need to get this to your buyer in the right time frame is because they have a right to cancel the contract if it doesn't happen.
Right.
So I think that's the really important piece of this. And because of the sort of lengthy timeframes and that it's different between HOA and condo associations, we wanted to make that consistent, and we wanted to make sure that you can get your documents on time in a reasonable amount of time for those providing it to get them.
Right, thank you. And so a delivery to the real estate agent is or is not the same as delivery to the buyer?
Not the
Not,
same.
okay.
So making clear that that agent has, in fact, there's some clarifying language, making sure that agent has a duty to get it to the buyer within a certain amount of time, and then the buyer has whatever tolling time under the statute.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to piggyback on delivery dates, I noticed that there's some concern about business days versus calendar days. Is there any preference or in your testimony which should apply? Or I think that there may be some language to in current law to solidify the two different terms. What is your opinion?
So if your question is for me, and then I'll let you guys comment. I'm not sure we had a chance, as you know, I had a few bills today, to have a discussion since I saw that testimony about whether it should be calendar days or business days. So I don't know if you guys were able to see that testimony. I'm not sure I even had a chance to share that with them yet. So I'm happy to talk to them about that. I do understand the concern.
Yeah. Thank you.
Do you have any?
No. We're happy to take a look at it.
Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, I'd like to call up unfavorable panel. Stephen Dunn, Maryland Legislative Action Committee, Community Association Institute, and Mr. Grayson Wiggins, CAI Maryland.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins, here on behalf of my client, CAI Maryland. Mr. Dunn is also on virtually. Mr. Dunn's an attorney who works in this industry and can help answer questions as well. I'll be brief, Madam Chair. I think my client's primary concerns are articulated or delineated in our written testimony. But what we're doing, and I think to Delegate Foley's point, she mentioned she called it an efficient timeline. I think what we're really doing is we're cutting timelines in half in this bill for when a council of unit owners has to provide certain information, and that information can open them up to liability. Many of those people that are involved in the council of unit owners are volunteers, and so that raises challenges. Additionally, as everyone in this committee is well aware, legislation is not passed in a vacuum, and so there are other bills out there that put new requirements and new liability on the council of unit owners in a condo situation. And some bills have actually already been passed by this committee over to the Senate. Those bills may be ultimately amended in the Senate, but just wanted to put that on everybody's radar as well. And with that, Madam Chair, be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Welcome to the committee. Mr. Dunn, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Stephen Dunn and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Legislative Action Committee for the Community Associations Institute, a trade organization that represents common interest communities and the volunteers and professionals who serve them in Maryland and nationwide. I'm here today to voice our opposition to House Bill 1039 and request that the committee give it an unfavorable report. As you probably know, the resale certificate is an important part of the home buying process when that home is in a condominium or an HOA. This bill would make the process of requesting and receiving accurate and complete resale certificates much harder. First, it proposes to reduce the time for an association to provide a resale certificate from 20 days after request to 10 days. This is not enough time. Associations have to conduct careful research before providing a resale certificate because they are stuck with the representations that they provide. If the association in a certificate says there's no violation and then discovers a violation after closing, too bad, they have to live with it. This bill does not qualify days in terms of business days, so it must mean calendar days. This time period is a bigger problem if an association receives a request before a holiday. Second, it limits expedited service fees, replacing current longer timelines with the ability to impose an $100 service fee if the certificate is provided in 5 days. That would only end up with it being even harder to obtain resale certificates on an expedited basis. If 10 days isn't enough time, then 5 days will be really, really difficult. Finally, it changes the timing of when a purchaser must receive the resale certificate from within 20 days after entering the contract to not later than 15 days before closing. The association is not a party to the contract and did not select the closing date. This change would further inject associations into the home buying process and places associations unfairly in a position to cause a party to the home sale contract to potentially default. For these reasons and the reasons stated in my written testimony, we request an unfavorable report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dunn. Does anyone have any questions for this panel?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Holmes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Mr. Dunn, you mentioned discovery of violations. And I'm assuming you're not talking about the volunteers in this particular case. You're talking about the community managers, because that would be the responsibility in most cases of the community managers to discover the violations. You're making a distinction between a time frame to make the discovery, and what would you suggest in that time frame to make the discoveries if there is a violation? And what is the process, Mr. Dunn?
Sure, and thank you for your question, Delegate Holmes. The process is going to be a little different from one community to another. Not every community has a professional management company. Some is just the board that self-manages the community as volunteers. Not every management company outsources the resale process to a third party. The process generally is the association receives a request from the seller. The association goes through whatever its internal process is. Someone will conduct an inspection of the property or the unit and make sure everything is compliant. And then they report back in the resale certificate. And when that's provided to the buyer, if there's a violation, maybe there's a process negotiated between the three parties to resolve it before closing. Or maybe not. Maybe the buyer decides that they don't want to deal with the HOA there and they walk away. So to answer your question, the process is different based on the size and the resources of each association.
Matt, do you have a preference between calendar versus business days?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I missed the second part of your question. My preference would be business days.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. That concludes the hearing for HB 1039. We will now hear HB 1114, Delegate Terrace's real property, landlord and tenant procedures for failure to pay rent, breach of lease, and tenant holding over. Delegate Terrace, feel free to bring up your panel.
My first panel had come up, I think. Who's on that? Yeah. I'm so sorry.
And I will just say, we have a lot of witnesses and I'm assuming they're all here. So I would respectfully ask everyone to please be 2 minutes because we want to hear everybody. Thank you so much.
I know, I feel very short. What to do about that? I can't. All right, I'm just gonna stay short on this. All right, good afternoon, colleagues again. Chair Boyce and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm still Jen Terrasa. Thank you for this opportunity to present HB 1114, which relates to giving tenants notice of an eviction date and an opportunity to reclaim their possessions for a period of time after the eviction takes place. The bill is cross-filed by Senator Benson. When a tenant is evicted, the process is incredibly dehumanizing and unpredictable. Not only are they losing their home, they often lose access to valuable personal belongings, including medicine, pictures, family mementos, and even pets. Although, of course, you know that this committee passed a bill that at least gives folks notice of where their pets are now. But it can be a very traumatic experience, especially for kids involved. And I think it is fair to say it's not a good experience for anyone involved. So just a quick reminder of how the process works or doesn't work now. Once the landlord files in court, which can be as few as 10 days after the tenant is late on their rent, a court date is set. If the landlord wins and a judgment is entered against the tenant, the landlord cannot proceed for the next 4 days. But after that, things become less transparent and less predictable for the tenant. Anytime after those 4 days, the landlord can ask for a warrant of restitution, at which point the sheriff can schedule an eviction. This could be on the 5th day. This could be the next week. It could even be a month or two later. There's no requirement that the tenant be given notice of this request, the issuance of the warrant, or the date scheduled for the eviction. And herein lies the problem. Anytime up until the sheriff evicts the tenant has a statutory right of redemption. That means they have the right to pay off the unpaid balance of their rent. It's my understanding that many tenants do this, or at least believe they will be able to do this successfully right up until the sheriff's office arrives. I mean, you can imagine if you think you're going to be able to pay off your unpaid rent and stay in your home, you're going to reserve your funds to do that and not pay for moving your items, even if you had the money to do that. When the sheriff arrives, it is too late. Under current law, the tenant is locked out of their home, and their important belongings are put to the curb and can be destroyed or stolen, etc. So what this bill does to help avoid that situation is it requires the landlord to provide notice to tenants at least 14 days before the scheduled date of eviction, and gives the tenant 10 days after that to reclaim their possessions if needed. Note, on the actual day of eviction, the landlord would still be given possession of the premises. However, the landlord would be required to hold the tenant's belongings for 10 days after that, during which they have a right to reclaim their property. So what's new this year is that there's 10 days instead of 7 days for the reclamation of property, which is more in line with what other jurisdictions are doing. And the other change this year is that the bill has an enforcement section that allows tenants to enforce the law if it's violated. So what I want to make sure you know is that Maryland is behind other states when it comes to this. More than 30 states and the District of Columbia have reclamation periods, and that includes nearby states, New Jersey, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Virginia. Of these 19 and District of Columbia also require notice and give the landlord some duty to store the tenant's property. Also note Baltimore City is already doing this. HB 1114 brings Maryland in line with other states. So this is really a win-win-win. HB 1114 makes this situation much more predictable. This is a win-win for the tenant, the landlord, and the community. The tenant knows what is happening and can keep their belongings, such as life-saving medications, electronics, personal treasures, mementos, et cetera. Landlord, it reduces the ambiguity for the landlord because they know when the law considers the tenant's property officially abandoned and when they can dispose of their property. It also saves the landlord from having to pay employees to move all the tenant's possessions to the curb. It's better for the community in that the community benefits. For example, the contents of the tenant's home can become clutter and trash that blocks a sidewalk and the right of way, creating public safety risk and a public eyesore. This bill adds predictability around the eviction process, benefits tenants, landlords, and the community, and treats tenants with the respect we all deserve. I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Madam Chair, committee members, Albert Turner, the Public Justice Center, Renters United Maryland. Currently in Maryland, when an eviction is executed, not only are Maryland renters losing their homes, they are also losing all of the personal possessions that are in the home. This not only results in the loss of precious heirlooms, valuables, for the loss of incredibly important documents, equipment, and effects that tenants need to keep, get, or retain employment. The purpose of our state ejectment laws and processes are created for the landlord to get their rental unit back. It is not to facilitate the destruction, throwing away, and even sometimes theft of the tenant's personal possessions. Currently, there is no statewide requirement that tenants get notice of their eviction date. For many tenants who are looking at an eviction, it is imperative that they know exactly when their eviction date is coming because of the cost-benefit analysis they need to make. Can they borrow some money from a family member? Can they take out a loan? Can they get an advance at work? How long would it take to get the money to stay? All these questions flow through a tenant's head when they are facing eviction. The cost-benefit analysis is made unnecessarily difficult because statewide, tenants do not have the right to know when their eviction date is. A tenant who has ample notice of their eviction date can better plan to pay and stay or vacate the premises. The notice requirement is incredibly helpful and will in many cases allow for the smooth transference of the rental property to the landlord. For the purposes of the 10-day recovery period, it is for the acknowledgement to know that in issues where the eviction occurs, that things happen. That money that you were going to make by the eviction date fell through. You had an emergency medical bill or childcare note that you had to pay. You couldn't find a truck to get the amount of movers to help you move out of it before the eviction date happens. That does not mean that you should be evicted and lose your personal possessions. By allowing tenants to recover their possessions, we are making sure that tenants in Maryland are better able to make their transition from one property to another smoother. We're making sure that tenants have protections that we all would want. Tenants' family heirlooms, valuables, technology, work documents should be protected for a short period of time after the eviction because it's concerned and sensible. We've done a lot of research on this, and we can make that research available to those who are interested. Thank you
so much. Next.
All right, Vice Chair Boyce and members of the House Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Sharnae Hunt. I'm a government worker, a mother, and a renter of the city of Glen Burnie, Maryland. I am here today to support the House Bill 1114, which would protect renters from experiencing the harm I unfortunately went through. 2 days before Thanksgiving 2022, I was evicted by my landlord while I was at work. That day, I was called by the property manager and was told that I owed $300 in back rent and that I needed to pay immediately. Because I was working and did not have time to discuss the matter in full, I paid $300 over the phone and continued to work. Shortly after the phone call with the property manager, I was called by a neighbor letting me know that an eviction had taken place in my building. By the time I came home, I found that all of my belongings had been removed from my unit and I had been thrown carelessly into the street. It was not long after that my landlord confessed to me that the eviction was done in error and that they would be moving my belongings back into my unit. However, the damage had already been done. During the eviction, the landlord's agents damaged, broke, and dirtied my furniture, took my belongings for themselves, which also included me losing precious keepsakes that my son had made for me, old passports, social security cards, banking information, a laptop, gaming systems, and other technologies. To include, my son's pet turtle was sent away and we were never able to track him down by animal control. Because of the traumatic experience, I moved out of my unit and now live with my parents while me and my son try to make ourselves whole again. If the House Bill 1114 was a law, this experience would have never happened to me or any other Maryland tenant. The law would make sure that evictions, whether done in error or by law, tenants would be able to have the right to access their personal and sacred belongings. I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1114. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Sorrow. I'm General Counsel for Arundel Community Development Services, which is Anne Arundel County's nonprofit housing and community development agency. As part of what we do at ACDS, we administer an eviction prevention program and we administer grants to other nonprofits providing eviction prevention assistance. We also coordinate the county's continuum of care and local coalition to end homelessness, and we work closely with the county's robust benevolence coalition. First, I want to start with telling you about the latest data on who we're talking about when we discuss laws relating to eviction. It may surprise you to know that not only does the average evicted household include at least one child, but the most common age to experience this traumatic event is during the earliest years of a child's life. We're talking babies and toddlers from birth to age 4. A recent study that I've cited in my written testimony reveals that overwhelmingly evictions affect households with children present, and children under 5 make up the largest group by age of those households that have had an eviction filed against them. For African-American babies, the findings are even worse. 1 in 4 Black babies and toddlers in rental households faces the threat of eviction. For more data, I would refer you to the study that's in my link to my testimony. I would like to tell you why this matters to ACDS and other organizations like ours. Our mission is to help individuals and families avoid homelessness and maintain safe and stable housing. When a family is evicted and has a crisis, that crisis becomes the community's crisis. With advanced knowledge of an eviction date, agencies and organizations whose responsibility and mission is to help keep families in crisis cared for in stable housing and with the resources they need. With that time, we'll be able to do what we need to do. For that reason, we urge a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Anne Arundel County Councilmember Julie Hummer, and this is the second year in a row I've come to testify for eviction protections for many of our most vulnerable residents. For a family living on the financial age, housing is a precarious situation. When residents have reached the point of eviction, they are at their lowest point, and our current eviction procedures only deepen the financial hole. When belongings are put on the curb to be picked over by scavengers or destroyed by the elements, a family that was already struggling is now left with nothing. They couldn't afford their rent, so how are they going to afford furniture, mattresses, clothing, pots and pans? What about the loss of precious family memories or the heartbreaking loss of a pet turtle? On top of the financial burden, there's the trauma and shame of seeing your life piled on the side of the road for all to see. The emotional impact on a child who experienced this will leave lifelong scars. Last week, there was an eviction in my community. And as you can imagine, as the county council member, I was bombarded with messages and social media posts about how the pile of belongings on our main road. I responded that this was the law. The sheriff is required to place the belongings on the public right-of-way. Every person was horrified to learn that. The response was 100% compassion and concern for the family. No one thought this was a productive or appropriate process. Not the sheriff, not the residents, not the neighbors. There has to be a better way than deepening the financial damage and emotional trauma of eviction. This bill offers a better way. Let's all continue to fight for more affordable housing and more support for those in need. And along the way, let's make our eviction processes more compassionate without compounding an already dire situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Delegate Terrasa, is this it for your panel, for your first panel? Is
For
there
my,
one
I
more?
believe this is, yeah, this is it for the first panel.
Okay, we'll take questions at this time. Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Terrasa, for bringing this bill back. It's a good one. This is a question for our friend, where is he? Did he go? The new guy from the People's Justice Council. Yeah, hi. So apparently some of the opposition, I read some of the opposition testimony and there are references to a pending case in the Fourth Circuit in the U.S. Court of Appeals. And the argument is we should wait and see what happens in that case, that we should not be trying to legislate this issue. Could you help us understand a little bit about the case, and do you agree or disagree?
Sure,
with
Delegate.
it?
I think you asked this question last year, and I think we are still steadfast in our opinion that this case is not relevant to this legislation that we are bringing forth. So the case that you're referring to is Todman versus Baltimore City, a case where the notice requirement was not in place and the tenant lost belongings. What this bill would do is it would require notice to every single tenant in the state of Maryland and then allow them to reclaim their property after 10 days. So the case that you're referring to, or the case that the opposition is referring to, whether or not the court finds for the tenant or for the city would not have any bearing on whether or not this law that's passed is constitutional or not, because they're dealing with different questions and different parties involved.
Okay, so it's not a constitutionality test at all. So in your mind, then it's not that argument is not relevant to wait until late March.
No,
when it's heard, and wait until the
whether or not the outcome of that law would, or that case would not have any effect on this matter, is because we would be expanding the rights of the tenant in this matter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, thank you. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Turner, is that Turner? Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I'd be interested in seeing the data, the research that you mentioned. But also I wanted to ask some of the opposition talks about how if this were to pass, it would really extend the time that a landlord has to maintain the property and extend the eviction. Did you have any response to that?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Delegate. So we've talked to a lot of our partners within the state, and we found that in most jurisdictions, Baltimore City, Montgomery County, the bigger jurisdictions, this would not elongate the eviction period, because no eviction in most of these jurisdictions occur within 14 days, right? So the landlord gets the warrant, they would get a scheduled date from the sheriff's office. Those scheduled dates, generally speaking, most of those jurisdictions are outside of the 14-day notice. That allows the landlord to actually send that 14-day notice to the tenant to let them know that their eviction is coming. And so we don't expect that to affect a number of jurisdictions. Now, there are some jurisdictions, particularly on the Eastern Shore, where the evictions occur roughly 10, or they can roughly 10 days after a warrant is issued. And our opinion is that that exchange, that 4 days, is beneficial to the tenant, right? And so we are okay with that exchange to allow the tenant to have that notice, that period of notice, in order for them to be able to move out of the property, because the benefits of the notice is that it allows tenants to kind of do the landlord's work by moving out property that the landlord otherwise would have to move out. And we would think that, in accordance with some places like Baltimore City and other jurisdictions like Montgomery County, that the notice requirement would allow for the smoother transference of the property to the tenant, and property to the landlord, excuse me, and for the tenant to be able to move on.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question? Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to help me understand the current process. So the landlord, once they have the whatever it's called, they go to the sheriff, and then the sheriff schedules it when the sheriff is able to. Does the sheriff notify the landlord when it's scheduled for? And then does the tenant also get notice, or is it just up to the landlord if they want to give the tenant notice of the date?
So it depends on the jurisdiction. So in most jurisdictions, what happens is, well, actually all jurisdictions, the landlord gets a warrant from the court. They take that warrant to the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office gives them a date of when they will execute the eviction. They have about 60 days to go to the sheriff to get that date. In a number of jurisdictions where notice, I'm sorry, could you repeat that second question again?
So my question was, once it's scheduled with the sheriff,
right,
the landlord knows the date. Does the
Correct.
is the tenant also at that point notified of the date?
So the tenant is not notified of that date in a number of jurisdictions. I know that we get many calls from our clients letting them know that they know that an eviction is coming, they just don't know when, right? And in Baltimore City, that notice is a requirement. So in other jurisdictions, some tenants have no idea when that eviction is coming. Some tenants are just kind of planning ahead of schedule. They just never know when it's coming. What happens, generally speaking, in other jurisdictions, that the sheriff will sometimes let tenants know when their eviction is coming. However, that is not a law. That is just some policy that sheriff's offices have been able to take underhand. However, you go on Montgomery County Sheriff's website, they'll say outrightly, we will give notice. We'll give notice to the tenant, but in cases that we can't, we'll still go forward with the eviction. And so in statewide, notice is not a requirement. All parties typically know when their eviction date is coming, except for the tenant in many jurisdictions.
Wow, thank you.
Delegate Holmes.
Thank you. What happens in some jurisdictions, the sheriff is at the site when an eviction takes place. And prior to that, there are notices that are posted on the door. Now, notices, it sounds to me that notices are not posted on doors in all jurisdictions. Is that one of the problems?
Yes.
Is that right? I'm just asking.
I'm sorry.
I think that's for the-
Notices, when an eviction is scheduled, the sheriff posts a notice on the door.
No.
Not in all jurisdictions.
And that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
No, they posted on the door when for the court date.
The court date.
Yeah.
And
So what you're basically, the notice is put on your door.
So the notice for the court date is posted under law. Under Maryland law, there is no requirement that the notice of the date of eviction be sent to the tenant.
Okay.
Some jurisdictions, such as Baltimore City, require the landlord to send that notice.
Yes,
but
that's correct.
But not every jurisdiction does that.
Okay. And what you're trying to mirror is what takes place in the city.
In some sorts, correct. In the notice issue, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, there has been discussion about the 10-day time frame. I haven't read the whole bill yet. The 10-day time frame is when the eviction date has been established. The tenant is now evicted. And so the 10 days is 10 days after the eviction has been established. And now you're asking that the tenant have 10 days after that specific date to come back and get their possessions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Does the tenant still have the keys to the premises?
No. So under the eviction law, eviction process, what happens is kind of like in Baltimore City,
They change the locks.
the eviction is executed, change of the locks. Sheriff will say, hey, you have to get out of the property. This property belongs to the landlord. But under this bill, what would happen is the sheriff would say, you no longer have access to this property. This property is no longer yours. However, your personal belongings, the things that you've paid for, that you've moved in, you can still have 10 days to come back and recover that under whatever obligations the landlord wants to make that occurrence happen.
Okay. Well, maybe one more. Yeah. And in some jurisdictions, when the tenant's belongings are removed from the premises, the sheriff is there and a crew is there. So in this particular case where you're giving the extra 10 days, does that requirement still have to be there? The sheriff has to be there and a crew has to be there?
No. So you'll go on multiple, and this also changes by jurisdiction. So I know in Montgomery County and even in PG County, they are requiring a certain amount of movers to be at the site.
Depending upon the size
or
of the
else
unit,
they'll
right.
cancel the eviction,
Right.
If they don't, if the landlord, whether it be a small mom and pop or a big landlord, if they are moving out or they're evicting a tenant from a single family home, they need to have 10, maybe even 15 movers ready to move
Depending upon the
that,
size of the
right?
unit,
And
right,
the sheriff sees that they don't have enough, then they'll cancel the eviction and the
correct. That is
landlord
correct.
can go forward on the
That is
eviction,
correct.
right?
Yeah.
And so under this law, what would do is those landlords would not have to have those workers, probably some that they've already paid, already scheduled. They wouldn't have to have those workers already there to execute a eviction. They would just have the sheriff there to say, hey, tell the tenants that you need to move out. Landlords would have someone come and change the locks. And then in 10 days, they know exactly when the eviction or when they need to move out, whatever property is left
Okay.
out of there.
I got it. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Sure.
This question. Thank you.
Any further questions for the sponsor or her panel? Okay, thank you. We have additional favorable testimony from Leah Dwyer, Public Justice Center, Catherine Davis, Pro Bono Resource Center, Indigo Knoll, Baltimore Renters United, Pretnier Thomas. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Sure. You would start. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Catherine Day with the Pro Bono Resource Center of Maryland. We support HB 1114 as a common sense way to make evictions work better for everyone. Last year, we represented over 2,400 tenants in Baltimore City and Baltimore County in eviction-related matters and spoke to over 1,000 tenants on our hotline, many of whom were calling to ask what to expect after they received a judgment in rent court, and specifically how to find out when their eviction is. For Baltimore City callers, we can simply tell them, as was discussed before, to look out for a notice in the mail or on their door. But for Baltimore County callers, it becomes a little more difficult. We tell them to call the constable's office. They can possibly call their landlord, but we certainly tell them to call the constable's office, who will then, based on their address, connect them to a specific constable who handles that area of the county. They may have to leave a message and hope for a call back. If their eviction's not already scheduled, we just advise them to keep calling every few days to see if they can get through. And we suggest that they just try their landlord. One client I would like to discuss, it sticks out in my memory. She was 75 years old and she'd gotten a judgment and was working with United Way to secure rental assistance before her eviction. One of our staff attorneys was actually on the phone with her when she heard the banging at the door. Our client was surprised and unprepared. She had some cash on hand, but not enough to stay the eviction. So our attorney listened as she raced up and down the stairs, first looking for her wallet and then for an inhaler as she became increasingly short of breath. All renters deserve reliable notice of their eviction so they don't have to scramble like our client did. We've had tenants call to ask about retrieving passports, birth certificates, and refrigerated insulin or even Chromebooks for their school. But it doesn't have to be this way. And based on this, we ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Indigo Knoll. I'm a tenant advocate and organizer with Baltimore Renters United, as well as a tenant who has been evicted myself. I run Brew's Rent Court program where I meet dozens of tenants going through eviction proceedings every day. Every tenant I know who has been evicted has lost possessions because of it. I know a tenant who was evicted several weeks after her father died. She lost all his belongings when she was evicted without notice and only managed to recover her father's wedding ring because her landlord told her where he'd pawned it. Another tenant lost her ID, social security card, and birth certificate in her eviction and was then unable to be hired at her new job because she was unable to prove her citizenship status. I know many tenants who sleep with their bedroom doors locked or chairs under their door handles because they're woken up by landlords and sheriff's deputies bursting in unannounced. One tenant I know still sleeps fully clothed with shoes next to her bed a year after her eviction because of her experience of being woken up while in her room in her underwear by a sheriff arriving. I've seen children lose school books, their clothes, and their favorite stuffed animals. And I've seen families with kids end up homeless because they were evicted without time to find new living arrangements. Often these families risk having their kids taken away by social services after this. Landlords are aware of evictions when they're scheduled. I've seen them use this advance notice to block parking lots, turn off elevators, and otherwise obstruct a tenant's ability to get their belongings out when an eviction happens. Because of this happening all at once, this tends to escalate tensions between landlords and tenants unnecessarily, when it would be better if a tenant could come back later and get their things. So I guess for me, the question is, do tenants lose all rights to their personal property just because they were unable to pay their rent? I mean, that's what this is really about. The current process of evictions is inhumane, and I don't think it needs to be. Nobody needs to lose their dead father's photos or their birth certificate in an eviction, and we can give tenants time to arrange new housing, pack, hire movers, and collect all their belongings. Because of this, I really urge a favorable report. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
My name is Pretnier Thomas. I am a tenant in Baltimore City. I believe House Bill 1114 is a critical measure to ensure that tenants have their notice of their impending eviction date in a limited period of time to reclaim their personal possessions in case an eviction is executed. This is important to me because my son and I were evicted in October 2022, and we lost all our belongings. At the time of my eviction, I was out of town, but believed my home and my belongings were safe because the landlord had signed a grant agreement for eviction prevention. The grant agreement should have made my landlord cancel my eviction. However, it did not. Without my knowledge and 100 miles away, I was evicted and my belongings were thrown away. These belongings included furniture, kitchen items, clothing, house decorations, and sentimental items. My grandmother, who has passed away, left me pictures and heirlooms. These were carelessly destroyed and thrown away as well. I was never able to recover them. My son has asked me several times what happened to his gaming system, which is very upsetting to me because I have to constantly tell him that it is gone and I can't get it back. It is incredibly difficult as a mother to have to tell my son why his clothes, toys, and everyday belongings are no longer around. I'm currently living with friends and family, and I hope to be able to find a home for me and my son very soon. My eviction had made it very difficult for me to move on. The loss of my personal belongings has made this difficult even worse because not only do I have to find a home, but I have to replace my lost belongings. Landlords should not have the right to immediately take my personal belongings after eviction. If the protections of the bill had been in place at that time, I would have had a chance to get my belongings before they were thrown out. I wouldn't have to tell my son repeatedly that his prized possessions are gone. My transition to another home would be easier.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Aldana Dwyer. I'm a paralegal at the Public Justice Center and a law student at the University of Baltimore. I continued the research for this bill, which was started by our law clerk last year. Through my research, it became immediately clear that Maryland is far out of step when it comes to notice rights and protections of tenant possessions during the eviction process. All of our neighboring jurisdictions in the Mid-Atlantic region require notice and reclamation periods. In DC, tenants are afforded at least 21 days notice before an eviction date and have 7 days after the eviction occurs to claim their possessions. In Pennsylvania, prior to removing tenants' possessions after an eviction, landlords are required to send tenants another notice stating that they have 10 days from the postmark of the notice to retrieve their possessions. If the tenant requests storage, the landlord must store the property for up to 30 days from the notice date. In West Virginia, if the tenant's property is worth more than $300, the landlord must keep it for up to 30 more days if the tenant notified the landlord that they intend to reclaim it. 19 states plus DC require notice of the scheduled eviction, notice of the tenant's right to reclaim their possessions, and require that the landlords keep tenants' possessions reasonably safe. In total, 46 states and DC provide either notice of the eviction date, a possessions reclamation period, or both. That means that Maryland is only one of 4 states in this country that does not provide tenants basic notice rights of their eviction, nor the ability to reclaim their possessions afterwards. Tenants are much more likely to vacate by the eviction date when they know when it will occur and when there is clarity in the process to pay and stay. If they cannot rent a moving truck or storage unit in the time before the eviction occurs, providing a reclamation period gives peace of mind during an already traumatic time and saves landlords disposal and moving costs. Other than modernizing Maryland's tenant protection laws, this bill restores some dignity to tenants experiencing eviction by allowing them to not to lose their possessions in addition to their housing. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report on HB 1114.
Thank you. And would you also mind rotating so Chelsea Ortega can join the panel as well? Ms. Ortega, I don't know if you have anything to add or was just there for the other witness, but please go ahead.
No, I did have something to add. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about HB 1114 today. My name is Chelsea Ortega. I'm an attorney at Santoni Vacci and Ortega. I have represented consumers for the past 10 years in actions, as well as tenants in cases involving illegal lockouts and uninhabitable conditions. As a consumer protection attorney, I have represented consumers in a variety of matters, including repossession and debt collection cases. What is stunning to me is the fact that when someone's car is repossessed, they are afforded much more notice in order to retrieve their vehicle and their possessions in their vehicle than they are to retrieve their possessions from their home. The current state of the law for repossessions, and it has been this way for many years, is that a consumer is notified sometimes before the car is repossessed, definitely after the car has been repossessed, and has the chance to retrieve their belongings for at least 15 days after the car is repossessed, and also to pay and obtain their car if they pay the amount that's owed. And then they are also notified when the car is sold. So there are many more opportunities to retrieve your possessions, the small amount that you can store in your car. But if your items are in your home and you are evicted, you do not have the opportunity to obtain those possessions. In addition, this bill would actually help landlords save costs. I have seen many cases that are brought against a tenant after they move out to collect the amount that they allege is owed. In those post-move out collection cases, the landlord often asks for the costs of the eviction, including what they call the trash out process. And that's their language, not mine, when they remove the tenant's possessions. And these costs can be anywhere from $300 to $1,500. That is because they are often removing the entire, well, not often, but on sometimes they are removing the entire household's possessions. And so they are having to pay movers to move all those possessions. If this bill passed, then the tenant would be able to obtain those possessions and the cost be reduced to the landlord. And for that reason, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? I do not see any, so thank you all very much. We have an additional panel of favorable in-person testimony. Erica Palmisano, SURJ Baltimore, Lisa Sarro, Arundel Community Development Services, Gregory Countess, Maryland Legal Aid, and Nishana Kess, Maryland NAACP. And if we could just do a little rotation, we can also take Evie Yost, Disability Rights Maryland. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Erica Palmisano. I'm a small private landlord, and I speak today in support of House Bill 1114. I became a landlord out of familial necessity. My partner's work took us out of state for 3 years, and selling our home made no fiscal sense. We became temporary landlords. When we returned in the fall of 2020, we allowed our tenants to remain, finding ourselves alternate housing. I took over management to save money. Temporary became ongoing. Perhaps that's why I relate more to tenants facing eviction than large landlords do. Those who take on multiple, even many properties must struggle relating to each human being they shelter. Certainly, their double to triple eviction filing rates suggest disconnection from the reality on the ground for renters. The reality can be a lawn outside a door once considered home, littered with clothes, papers, household cleaners, photos, medications, and that bag with returns waiting for errand day. A tenant has no warning and may discover it hours later. They start closer to scratch, without shelter and with fewer necessities for daily life and mementos from which to draw strength. Even 2 years later, they're likely to struggle with health, employment, access to credit, and secure housing. I dealt with an eviction. Government policies form incentives that help landlords make decisions about evictions, but the guardrails on eviction notices and tenant possession recovery are not strong. Expensive ethical consideration can give way to thriftier cynicism, assuming we have no responsibility since a contract ended badly. Is that what we want to incentivize? Corrosive apathy and social disengagement in this economy? Fellow landlords may disagree. They may claim this puts too great a burden on us. I believe just as we ask tenants to treat our property with care, we should treat theirs with the same, even when evictions are necessary. I urge you to give House Bill 1114 a favorable report, and thank you for your time and your service.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Fisher, filling in for Nishana Kess. I am the third vice president of the Maryland State Conference NAACP and the president of the Allegheny County NAACP. I urge you to support this bill. Where I live, it's a different scenario. We have one homeless unit, which is the Union Rescue Mission. Those additional 10 days for those people that are evicted gives places for them to be able to have resources to find another place to live. I live in a small community with 3 large property managers. So if you get evicted from one, then you put on a list and be evicted for another. So being able to find support through social services, through churches, for organizations like the NAACP takes time. And because the list is so long to get that help, having that paper that says I have 10 days to go gives us a time frame to know when and where we need to support them. We all know that Black and brown people and disabled are evicted at a higher rate than anybody else in the state of Maryland. We don't need to keep pushing on that point. But what I will say is that in my community, it doesn't just affect the Black people. Because there's only 4% of African Americans that live in Allegheny County, it affects a largely white, poor community. And in a situation in Mountain, Maryland, where we have just lost 3 of our major factories, went through COVID, and have an opiate crisis, eviction is something that we see daily. So I urge you to not just think about how this affects Baltimore City, Montgomery County, but how it affects the residents in Western Maryland, Mountain Maryland, and the Eastern Shore. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Boyce and members of the committee. My name is Gregory Countess. I'm with Maryland Legal Aid. I'm not going to repeat the testimony that's in our written testimony that was submitted, but I would like to respond to a question or to a point that was made concerning the fact raised by one of the delegates that the time between when a person receives an eviction notice and when they're eventually evicted, that time will be lengthened by this particular bill. And you know, that may be important, but the real question to me is why? Why is that? And it may lie in the fact that originally when the legislature, your predecessors, passed the precursors to 8-401 and 8-402, they considered these proceedings in rem proceedings. And as those of you who are lawyers here, or those of you who know Latin know, those are actions against things. And so the only way that I can justify the amount of suffering that I've seen for the number of years that I've been a landlord-tenant attorney, the amount of suffering that you heard described here today, is because the law regards what's being done as an action against a thing. But it is not. These are people. People don't deserve to be treated the way they are by the current Maryland eviction laws. And so we respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable committee members. My name is Evie Yost. I'm an attorney with Disability Rights Maryland. My comments will be brief. As you've heard from the previous panels, evictions are traumatizing and devastating for all families. They carry significant health consequences. This is especially true with for people with disabilities. Losing access to medications, medical equipment, social security documents, identity documents, service animals, or emotional support animals can be a matter of life or death, depending on someone's disability, medical condition, health. We recently received a call from a tenant who was evicted by their landlord without notice, and the landlord kept his service animal. The 14-day advance notice requirement and 10-day reclamation period would have a significant impact on renters with disabilities who may need assistance understanding notices when they've been received due to intellectual or developmental disabilities, or who require additional time and assistance with the moving process due to disabilities impacting their mobility, cognition, or decision-making. The majority of tenants I work with are extremely low income, their only source of income being Social Security or Social Security disability benefits. So that means that replacing lost medications, medical equipment, personal items ranges from burdensome to impossible for them. For these reasons, we would strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we get Lisa Sarro, Arundel Community Development? Oh, sorry. I apologize. I was late getting here. Any questions for this panel? Okay, I do not see any, so thank you all for being here and sharing. We will now turn our virtual in favor witness is not available, so we will now turn to unfavorable testimony. Catherine Howard, Regional Management Inc., Ryan Washington, AOBA, Grayson Wiggins, MMHA, and Bill Costelli on behalf of the Realtors. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Who wants to start?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and all of the delegates here. Thank you for listening to what will be, I think, I'm going to try to make this brief. Let me talk a little bit about the Todman case. I think that is where I might start here. And I agree with Mr. The last panel that the proceedings that we are dealing with in breach of lease cases and tenant holdover cases, as well as to some extent in failure to pay rent cases, are considered to be in rem proceedings. And that is really the issue of what the Todman case is about. It's all about the Baltimore City law that was used, or that the lower court decided should have been used to notify the tenants in that case when their eviction was going to be. It was a tenant holding over case, meaning that the tenant's lease was done. They had gone, the landlord had gone to court, had gotten a judgment that he was allowed to have repossession of the property, and he did not use the failure to pay rent case, the law, to give notice to those tenants. He did not have to, because in that law, both THOs and breaches of lease cases did not qualify for that because they are in rem and there is no right of redemption in those cases. Therefore, the Baltimore City Council decided that there was nothing that could be done once there was a judgment in those two types of cases, because there's no right to redeem. The failure to pay rent case, there is a right to redeem. That is why there is a difference. That is why there is this appeal. And that is why at this point, I urge you to not necessarily pass this bill with regard to all three of those types of actions, because they are all different.
Thank you. You did a
Thank
good
you
job
very
not
much.
ending that sentence, but please go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Ryan Washington with Department Office Building Association. You all have my written comments. So I'll be brief. I just want to highlight 2 points. As housing providers, we understand how traumatic evictions can be, and we are sympathetic to those tenants that are impacted adversely. However, I'd just like to just turn to Montgomery County and Prince George's County. Those are jurisdictions that offer in Montgomery County 2-week notices to tenants for an eviction notice. In addition, the court process is drawn out. There's a backlog of cases, and Prince George's County tenants are landlords are waiting between 4 to 6 months for an eviction. On the best of days, it's probably 146 days. And that is just for 1 month of rent. And when you compound it with many missed months of rent, there's ample enough time for where, tenants are provided notice. In addition, I hear numerous comments on this will save costs for housing providers. I don't know. I don't see how that does. I'm curious to see how that saves costs, as the storage for the personal property is going to be significant if they had to put in a storage unit. Does it require getting a sheriff to come onto the premises to let the tenant have their personal belongings? Alone in Prince George's County, the median income for a 2-bed bedroom unit is $1,700 a month, and to evict, usually the turnover cost is $12,000. And that includes the months of missed rent, the maintenance, and other damages that may have occurred that the tenant may have not fixed, or just wear and tear of a property, depending on how long they live, are just going to add and compound to that. So we respectfully urge a unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Bill Castelli on behalf of the Maryland Realtors. Again, our property managers represent many single family rentals. And I can tell you, in the context of the single family rentals, in most cases, people do reclaim their stuff, but they usually don't reclaim all of their stuff. So there are going to be things within the property that they leave broken furniture, something behind. And so what this bill would do is require that 10-day period for all of the materials that they don't pick up. And as Mr. Washington indicated, there is a lot of time built into the system right now that affords people time to figure out, one, that they have an eviction being filed against them, the court dates, and time to figure out what that is going to be if they're not capable of getting their money together to redeem in those instances. So we do think there is time afforded to folks, and we think what this bill would do is extend that to a period where they're still going to have to hire an eviction crew, because even after 10 days, at least the experience is a lot of that material still isn't going to get picked up. And then we're left with, under the bill, trying to figure out if we sell it, do we have to, get money back to them. Nobody really wants the property. I mean, the landlords don't want the property. They would rather the tenant to pick it up. For those reasons, we would encourage an unfavorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. So my understanding is that the Baltimore City law does not have a reclamation period, and it's referred to as lock and leave, and it was put in place in large part, my understanding is because groups like the Public Justice Center promoted that policy. And I think that the question regarding the reclamation period is really highlighted by the gentleman's testimony from the Public Justice Center when he noted that the notice is sufficient for the tenant to remove the property, which I think begs the question as to whether that reclamation period is even necessary, certainly since Baltimore City does not have one in their law. I would also note that on the bill, on page 8, the bill seems to qualify a sheriff's deputy as an adjudicator. It would have the sheriff's deputy consider a rebuttable presumption and potentially send a case back to court on the day of the eviction. I've never seen a provision like that in state law. It also, the bill creates a private right of action on page 11, where you're going to have, I presume, attorneys like the one you heard from on one of the proponent panels and landlords litigating what is a reasonably available return if you were to pass it with a reclamation period. That's certainly going to increase the cost of housing as well. And then the other point I would make is that, we hear a lot about a lack of affordable housing, a lack of housing units. I do think that this bill, if we were passed in its current posture, would have the unintended consequence of keeping more units off the market for longer periods of time. And for that, we have serious concerns with the legislation and be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard testimony that in many cases, it takes 10 to 14 days before the sheriff can come out after a warrant of restitution in any case. So you wouldn't really be losing 14 days, is that correct? But with the 14-day.
Well, it would be on the case, but also you have the reclamation period in the bill as well. So it's a total of 24 days, almost a month that you're extending or codifying in the process.
So, but during the reclamation period, I understand that you couldn't get into the property to, renovate it, but couldn't you go through the process of advertising for a new tenant or whatever you need to do to start the process of getting a tenant in there during that 10-day reclamation period?
I'm not sure you could, especially in situations like Mr. Castelli described. If you have one unit and you need to show the unit to a potential tenant, then the unit's going to have, apparently this person's stuff or maybe even trash or something in the unit. And I would notice that the bill says that the tenant can't waive the right to collect that property. So you couldn't even shorten the time frame if the tenant told you that they didn't want to come back for the property, as I read the legislation.
So it's been a long time since I lived in an apartment, but when I lived in an apartment, there was a model unit and we didn't actually see the actual apartment we moved into. We saw the model. Isn't that still the case?
That's a good question. So I'm a tenant myself. I rent in Baltimore City and I rent a place in a building, but I saw the unit specifically and requested to see that unit specifically.
Okay. And the bill doesn't require that the tenant's property be stored in the unit. So isn't it so that you could remove the property so that you could start renovating that and just store it somewhere else?
Theoretically, you could remove it and store it, but you can't charge the resident who's left for any of that in the bill. And this doesn't just include failure to pay rent cases, by the way. This is also talking about breach of lease cases and tenant holding overs. So for those that don't know, tenant holding overs are when a resident the lease is ended and the resident has refused to leave the property. They are effectively squatting in it. So.
Right, thank you.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions, but one question, but I have a follow-up. Ms. Howard, you were making a distinction between in rem and something else, and I wanted to. It sounded like you were saying there was a right on one hand from the landlord because it was an in rem process versus something else, and I just wanted to.
Right. The in rem, all three of these cases are essentially in rem proceedings because what you as the landlord are asking for is to have your rental property back. So that's an in rem proceeding. Yes. But the three different types of proceedings are what I was trying to make a distinction between, because the failure to pay rent case, while it is an in rem proceeding, has something different from both the breach of lease and the tenant holding over case, because it has the tenant's right to redeem latched into it with at least 3 times in any, I think it's 1 year period, to allow the tenant to redeem the property if they can do that in a certain amount of time.
The property.
The property, right. So that in rem proceeding has a little caveat to it that the tenant has the right to redeem and pay and stay. But the other two pieces do not have that right of redemption. Once the notice is given to the tenant that they are either in breach of their lease or holding over on their lease, and they go and they get to court and there is a judgment, that means that the tenant must leave and the landlord is then able to regain the property through the sheriff. There is no right of redemption for the tenant in either one of those situations.
I'm glad you explained that. So here's my next question. Is it your belief that in those cases, especially the last two, that one does not have is not allowed, has no right to their property, although it's not their property, it's in a property that they rent?
Their right to the personal property that they have in their property. Once the judgment is done and the judge says that they must return the property to the landlord, then it is on the tenant or the former tenant, as I would say, to vacate the property and get their personal property out before the
I understand that. The point I'm making, and to some of the stuff, the testimony we heard, is it, in your opinion, that some landlords believe that stuff is theirs to take since they didn't get their rent?
I don't believe they think it's theirs to take. I think it's I think it's unfortunate that they believe that if the tenant does not take it themselves, then they unfortunately are the ones who have to take it out of the property and in order to get another tenant in and get the property returned to a rentable condition.
And regardless of the case, you have to turn over the property anyway. So whether it's removing the couch that somebody didn't want or left, or painting the walls, you still have to turn over the property, correct?
You do have to turn over the property.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, we do, thank you all. We do now have our favorable virtual witness, Sahid Suma. You want to go ahead?
Hello, committee. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Saeed Suma. I'm from West Baltimore. And after 3 months of homelessness and a rough upbringing, being outside on my own at 16, lack of support system, I moved into my first apartment. On December 2023, I was evicted from my home and subsequently lost a number of my personal belongings. On the day of my eviction, I had been aware that I had owed money and had sent my landlord the rent payment by Western Union in the full amount. However, because I only had the receipt confirming that the payment was sent and the landlord had not received the payment, I was evicted. I was further informed about the rental assistance program back during my first court appearance and the eviction proceedings, of which the landlord did not accept. I support HB 1114 because it would allow me to vacate my property with the dignity and knowing that I wouldn't have lost my personal belongings as an insult to injury. I was out of my house when the first notice of eviction was sent through certified mail, and as the notice was returned to the office during the 7-day period, both notices were posted on my door, mail included. I did not receive it. I went to court for the first time, very quickly experiencing a new process that couldn't have been properly explained by one source. I work and study in IT, and I'm now a Maryland qualified handgun instructor. I have a number of expensive work items and equipment. My landlord and I agreed that I'll be able to redeem my property within 7 days of my eviction, of which I obliged. I was able to get a number of my items. However, because of the holiday season, it was difficult for me to rent a truck for my larger items. Despite this, I was fortunate enough to find a rental truck and was prepared to pick up the larger items on the 7th day. However, the landlord denied me access to my own belongings, and the people in the office went home at 5 o'clock. The landlord stated that they would not allow me to get my belongings, and I was never able to recover my remaining possessions. I lost instructors' manuals and tools, things for the state. I lost business calendars and items that were essential to my employment. And my personal loss was my diploma and my certifications, of which I worked hard for. I feel as though Maryland renters and foremost new emerging youth that need stability in education reserve a reclamation period after the eviction occurs to mitigate the financial and personal loss. I urge a favorable report for House Bill 1114. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 1114. We will now turn to our colleague Delegate Allen, HB 853, residential leases, late payment penalties calculation. If you have a panel, feel free to bring them up.
All right. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the BEST Committee. My name is Nick Allen. I'm here to testify in support of my bill, House Bill 853, late payment penalties calculation. Once again, we have before us a very simple bill. 853 simply states that late rent payment fees must be no more than 5% of the unpaid rent that is owed, rather than 5% of the total amount of the rent itself. I had a whole complicated example using numbers, but we're not here to do math. So I'll just let you guys, I'll assume you guys know what I'm talking about. So as we all seek ways to find new tools in our toolbox to fight the housing crisis, I think this is one such very valuable tool. A large part of fighting this crisis is to help ensure those who are currently housed are able to stay in their homes that they have now, even if they might make a late payment. I want to note that we have the support of CASA, the AG's Office of Consumer Protection, the Public Justice Center, and the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. And I simply ask, when was the last time you saw all those groups aligned? Thank you for your time. I urge a favorable report and look forward to answering any questions.
Good afternoon. I think it still is. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, Aaron Greenfield on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association in support of House Bill 853. When assessing a late penalty, housing providers should not charge the late fee on any rent that has been paid. That would be inappropriate. The MMHA members currently only charge late fees on the unpaid rent amount. All housing providers should abide by the same practice, which is the proper method we believe in current law. For these reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 853.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor or his panelist? I do not see any. We do have some additional favorable witnesses, Catherine Howard, Regional Management, and Matt Hill, Public Justice Center. Very nice to see you on the same panel.
I will be very quick. Me too.
Me too.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Seeing no lights on, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 53. We'll stick with Delegate Allen, HB 860, Housing and Community Development Community Action Boards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, once again, members of the best committee. I'm Delegate Nick Allen. I'm here to testify in support of my bill, House Bill 860, Housing and Community Development, Community Action Boards. Okay, we're good. Much like our own Delegate Holmes always likes to try to be more specific in his specificity, this bill seeks to be more simplistic in its simplicity. This bill is incredibly simple in its text and its aim. All it does is tries to bring Maryland's requirements for community action boards into line with the federal guidelines by repealing certain requirements, including the 5-year term limit for board members. This will all help to make our community action agencies more flexible and functional moving forward. I want to thank our friends at DHCD for their help with this legislation, as well as the community action agencies all around the state for all of their hard work that they do day in and day out. Thank you for your time. I urge a favorable report, and I am here to answer any questions.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and esteemed members of the committee. You all threw me off because we have changed chairs so many times. For the record, my name is Danielle Meister. I serve as Assistant Secretary of the Division of Homeless Solutions at the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, and Community Action Agency work is within our department's portfolio. It's my pleasure to testify in support of HB 860 today, which would amend the current state laws to match the federal statute that governs the work community action agencies do. They are governed by the Community Services Block Grant Act, which is a federal law, and that establishes certain requirements for their boards. In particular, they have to have what's called a tripartite board, which means they have equal representation from elected public officials, members who are low-income representatives of the community, the constituents that they serve, as well as community partners. So we are supporting and urging favorable report on this bill because it would essentially allow us to match the state law to the federal requirements that they're already required to meet. And in particular, we think this change in statute would benefit rural communities who have much smaller areas. If you've ever tried to recruit 5 publicly elected officials in a place like Garrett County, where you might not even have 5 elected officials to start with, that's really challenging. So we urge favorable support and are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you both. I do not see any questions for Delegate Allen or his panelists. We have additional in-person testimony, I believe, from Angela Martin, Maryland Community Action Partnership, Mitchell Posner, Community Assistance Network, and Tracy Bacalino, Community Action Council of Howard County. You make room for them, Delegate Allen.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce and committee members. I'm Angela Martin with Maryland Community Action Partnership. We serve as the united voice for community action agencies. Community action agencies provide critical services needed across the state. We're here to support House Bill 860 because it does 3 things. It allows agencies to ensure effective compliance with federal regulations by removing the limitations and allowing flexibility to ensure compliance with state and federal regulations. By aligning these 2 statutes and making provisions a little bit more streamlined, it makes it easier for agencies to ensure effective governance. This bill lifts the burdens for agencies and makes sure that enables them to focus solely on federal requirements. One thing about community action agencies were founded on the principle of maximum feasible participation, which means that the community is represented on the board and the community makes sure that those programs and services are responsive to the needs of the community. So this bill, aligning this with the federal statute, would take away the limitations of how many can serve on the board, thus allowing more community representation. So we urge your favorable support of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go. Thank you. I thought you were going. All right. Good evening now. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Vice Chair, for the opportunity to testify. Thank you to members of the committee and hello to my friends from Howard County. My name is Tracy Bracalino. I'm the president of the Community Action Council of Howard County, and I ask for a favorable report for House Bill 860. In particular, it's important to note that CAC's mission is to diminish poverty and enable self-sufficiency for all Howard County individuals, families, and children in need. For nearly 60 years, CAC has borne witness every day to the struggles our neighbors face to stay housed, fed, warm, employed in one of the most affluent counties in our nation. We are the sole Head Start grantee and largest private provider of the Blueprint pre-K expansion. We provide housing assistance, energy assistance. We are the state's largest weatherization provider, and we operate the Howard County Food Bank and 17 partner pantries. CAC supports this bill because it enables us to elevate the voices of our community consistently. As a community action agency, we must hold fast to the tripartite board composition, yet simultaneously represent the needs and composition of our community. By creating alignment between the state requirements of our boards and the federal requirements for tripartite boards, this eliminates the need to follow two sets of requirements and helps us to align with our federal requirements, and allows each of our community action agencies in our network to recruit board members from the three areas that have the capacity to serve for terms appropriate for our communities. Exactly what community action is meant to do. So thank you for the opportunity to share, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and have a great evening.
Yes, I wrote these comments saying good afternoon, but I'll say good evening, everyone. Chairman Corman, sponsor and friend Delegate Allen, and honorable members of the committee and other representatives of Baltimore County who I recognize on the panel, on the committee. My name is Mitchell Posner. I'm the executive director of the Community Assistance Network, and we are the designated anti-poverty nonprofit community action agency serving Baltimore County. We run homeless shelters, a food pantry, helped almost 600 families last year avoid evictions, and a variety of subjects that we've heard much about today. I also serve as the chairperson of the legislative committee of the Maryland Community Action Partnership that my colleagues here are here and also part of. So we all share, the 17 agencies in Maryland, the same mission and heritage, which began with the war on poverty declared by Congress back in the 1960s. So we are tied through that act and subsequent federal engagement to the community service block grant funds, which bring with them these requirement for the tripartite board you've heard about. I'm not going to repeat what you've heard, but I will tell you that in my 5 years running the Community Assistance Network, and I also had the privilege to run two other nonprofits prior to this, meeting the minimum of 5 in the categories of elected officials and representatives of the low-income community, which is essential to have that representation. But particularly low-income individuals don't have the time and ability to really come to board meetings, serve on committees, and meet the financial and other requirements that we expect from board members. So simply, this bill, as I understand it, eliminates the minimum of 15 required board members and term limits, and that will help us all effectively govern our agencies to fulfill our shared mission, which is nationally helping people and changing lives. Thank you for the opportunity, and I urge you to support a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. So thank you, Delegate Allen, to you and all your witnesses. I believe that includes the bill hearing on HB 860. And we will turn to HB 1117. You're not wearing your jacket, Delegate, so that's why I'm looking at you kind of confused. HB 1117, Tenant Safety Act of 2024. A bill the House passed last year, but somehow has 21 witnesses signed up to testify.
Can I bring my panel up, Mr. Chair? Anyone else? All right. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Siliberti, members of the illustrious Environment and Transportation Committee, the greatest committee of humans ever assembled to accomplish any purpose.
I have bad news. This is my last ENT bill hearing this year, believe it or not. I know. Thank you. It's been a good run. It's been a good run. I appreciate it. And we've got an oldie but a goodie coming back. As the chair said, this is a reintroduction. This is actually a heavily, I would say, watered down version of the bill that the House of Delegates passed last year. And so I would, in all seriousness, like to just say to my friends on my left and right and behind me who signed up to testify, I'm always grateful for your support, but as the last bill of the day, late in the evening, I'm not sure how much testimony we really need to get this over the hump. So please be judicious with the committee's time in making your remarks. So with that, I'm going to talk for like 10 minutes. The Tenant Safety Act, as y'all probably remember, is about habitability and safety in people's homes. And all of us in Maryland have the right to a safe and healthy home, but it's a right that's extremely difficult for our friends and our neighbors and our constituents to access. So, for example, we know that probably at least 60, 70,000, could be way more, houses are unhealthy in the state. And yet every year, only about 2,000 cases, so like 70,000 versus 2,000 of these rent escrow cases are actually filed. And of those, only 6% of them result in reduced rent. So everybody has this right. It affects a lot of people. A lot of our friends and our neighbors and our constituents, as we talked about last year, are living with rats and with bugs and with sewage and no AC in the summer and no heat in the winter. And it's just happening. And it's conditions that none of us would allow our family members to live in, but these folks are bearing it and shouldering it every single day. This bill is meant to make this whole rent escrow process work a little bit better. And a lot of the advocates seated next to me and behind me and my office worked overtime over the summer and fall with both the landlord community and the judiciary to try to cabin this a little bit more, to try to come up with a more consensus product, to try to come up with a compromise so that we could get the judiciary and we get the landlords on board. And so we could get it through the Senate, to be honest. And I was hopeful that the bill that you have in your file was a product that would do that. But we saw on Friday, the testimony deadline, that the judiciary and that the landlord folks still had some concerns. So what I passed around is 3 more amendments to the bill. Happy to briefly walk through them, but you can also read them, meant to address the concerns. And if my friends behind me on the opposition panel want me to hand out one, I'm happy to give them one as well. But basically, we're taking an amendment that MMHA included in their testimony, and we're adding 2 provisions from the judiciary's testimony. But I want to first just walk through the bill, what the bill does. First, it codifies the status quo in 3 ways. So three aspects of the bill are just existing law. One, we're going to put mold in the bill, mold that is seriously threatening to the health, life, or safety, not benign mold, but serious mold. We're going to put that into the rent escrow statute. But that's already existing law, because what the rent escrow statute says is it lists a bunch of things and then says this is a non-exhaustive list of things you can sue for. So people already do sue for mold all the time. We just think it would be helpful to codify the idea that mold can be listed as one of those things. Number 2, we all have, as I said, what's called the implied warranty of habitability. We all have a right to a safe and healthy home. All we're doing is codifying that into law. And as you'll notice, number 2 on the amendment list that I passed around, we also, with respect to the judiciary's comments, we want to make clear that that's a separate section of code from rent escrow, and I have an amendment to do that. The third thing we codify is that, and this is the one that I think some of the opponents are a little confused about. Last year, y'all probably remember that we created sort of a quasi-collective action or class action component to this bill. That's no longer in the bill. So I think some of the opponents might have done a little bit of a copy and paste job from last year's bill, which, hey, I'm not hating. I've used a lot of copy and paste in my life too. But I just want to be clear, there's no new structure of a collective action or a class action or a group action or anything in this bill. All we do is codify the existing joinder rule that already applies to tenants. So there's nothing new there at all. So what does the bill actually do that doesn't codify existing law? One big thing. It sets up 2 rebuttable presumptions. Now, basically what this means is kind of resetting the baseline of what we expect during a rent escrow action. And right now, the default rule basically is that sometimes a judge requires a tenant in order to exercise their rights. So, a tenant has, rats in their apartment, their kids are having to get dressed in school in the morning, they're surrounded by rats. So they sue, they've got to make this initial case to even set up a rent escrow account. But a lot of times judges require them to pay all of their past rent that's been due before they can even have their case heard. This is problematic because a lot of times people haven't been living in their unit at all for months. It's been uninhabitable. So to make them come current on, for example, the last 4 or 5 months that they've been living with grandma means that none of these cases, or very few of these cases, are actually ever heard. And secondly, a lot of judges will make them pay 100% of the rent that's past owed and owed prospectively, even when there are questions about whether it's inhabitable at all. We reset the default rule by creating what's called a rebuttable presumption. For the lawyers, that means that it can be overcome by arguments from either side. But essentially, the baseline expectation in these cases under this bill is going to be that the tenant pays 50% of the prospective rent in order to create one of these cases. The reason is because that's halfway between what the tenant is arguing, that they should pay no rent because the landlord breached the lease. They haven't given them a place to live that's habitable. So the tenant's saying, I don't want to pay anything. The landlord's saying, no, you agreed to pay me the full amount of rent, so you owe 100%. So we think that it's only fair, and we think that it only makes sense to say that the prospective 50% rent being due is the natural starting point, and that either side can argue against that. So that's basically what the bill does. As this committee know, I love kumbaya moments. I love compromise. I'm sure I will continue talking to the folks from the landlord community and the judiciary ad nauseum between now and crossover to try to put this bill in a posture that can actually pass JPR and the full Senate. But I appreciate this committee's support in the past. I appreciate all my help from my panelists, and please be way more brief than I was because I do not practice what I preach. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. Again, Zuffer Shaw from Maryland Legal Aid. And thank you, Delegate Stewart, for bringing back this bill. And I want to bring an example to your attention. This is in my written testimony of the experience of one of our clients in District 43A. Her experiences really do bring to bear what Delegate Stewart was just describing with abatement and the warranty in this bill. So our client, Miss Elliott, had a severe flood in her basement, which was a finished basement that she lived in. She experienced about $1,300 in personal property damage. There were plumbing issues that caused raw sewage to enter into the property, but the landlord did not fix the plumbing or the sewage issue. And so our client had to pay $1,700 out of pocket for a plumber. And during the month that she was experiencing these problems, her children became sick, presumably because of the lack of sanitation in the property. They ended up moving out of the property temporarily, paying out of pocket for hotel stays. The landlord did not offer a credit for these expenses and actually sued her for failure to pay rent. And so Maryland Legal Aid raised a defense under the rent escrow statute. In the first hearing of this action, the allegation was that our client actually owed $5,800 in rent. That's 3 months of rent. Two, that when she had these problems, one for the current month of rent. And our client, of course, was not able to pay $5,800 at the outset of the case because of all the other expenses she had incurred. And the court said that although she was entitled to an abatement of rent at the outset that would have allowed her to proceed with her claims, the court did not deny that she had claims. The court said, pay the $5,800. And at the end of your case, when everything is resolved, I'll entertain your abatement. That actually resulted in the case being dismissed, and none of the problems in that property were addressed. And if she has to be evicted, the next person that walks into that property will have all the same problems. We urge your favorable report on the Tenant Safety Act.
Hi, my name is Florida Hall, and I'm a senior citizen living in or at an apartment building in Laurel, Maryland. My main income is from Social Security. I live at this apartment building since 2015, and it has been one health and safety problem after another. I had sewage leakage, paint chipping everywhere, mold that is actually growing on the carpet, turning brown and orange, black, all over. The roof had has leaked in multiple places, and we had buckets that we had to place everywhere to catch the water. We also had an ongoing problem with our dryer vent that has not been installed correctly, and it actually blows into my apartment that has made my COPD much worse, and it also made my daughter's COPD much worse. We had a gas leak from the furnace room that put me in the hospital at one point. I called maintenance dozens of times. At most, they do a patch-up job that doesn't fix the underlying problems. The property has failed housing inspection 9 times since I lived there. I want to get out soon as possible, but where else can I go with my fixed income? I at least want to transfer to another unit on the property that doesn't have so many problems. If this bill passes, it will be easier for me to come together with my neighbors and hold the landlord accountable to make repairs in a rent escrow case without so much fear or retaliation. We could pay the rent going forward to the court and maybe get a lawyer to help us. I've worked my whole life and no one deserves to be treated this way. I just want to live in peace, and we need your help to help us.
I will be providing translation for Pedro.
Buenas tardes, presidente Corman y miembro del comité. Mi nombre es Pedro Hernández y he residido en un complejo de apartamentos en Riverdale durante 13 años.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and members of the committee. My name is Pedro Hernandez, and I have been a resident in an apartment complex in Riverdale for 13 years.
En mi edificio, todas las unidades tienen problemas. La calefacción y el agua caliente se cortan durante días seguidos. El edificio está lleno de roedores y cucarachas.
In my building, every unit has a problem. The heat and water go out for days at a time. The building is full of rodents and cockroaches.
La basura se desborda en el estacionamiento, bloqueando la salida de emergencia y las rampas accesibles para discapacitados. El elevador para sillas de ruedas no funciona durante meses, sino años.
The trash overflows in the parking lot, blocking emergency exits and disability accessible ramps. The wheelchair lift has been non-functional for months now.
No hay seguridad durante meses. La puerta de entrada fue solo una tabla de madera y extraños beben, consumen drogas y duermen en nuestros pasillos.
There's no security. For months, the front door was just a plank of plywood, and strangers would drink and do drugs and sleep in our hallways.
Todas estas son condiciones que afectan a todos los inquilinos. Sin embargo, no todos los inquilinos pueden recibir el alivio.
All of these are conditions that affect every single tenant, yet not every tenant can receive the relief.
He estado activo con nuestra asociación de inquilinos para tratar de lograr mejores condiciones. El año pasado me uní a 21 de mis vecinos para presentar acciones de rent escrow contra el propietario.
I have been active with our Tenants Association to try to achieve better conditions. Last year, I joined with 21 of my neighbors to file rent escrow actions against the landlord.
Desafortunadamente, debido a las normas procesales, cada uno de nosotros tuvo que presentar un caso individual, 22 demandas, 22 cuentas de depósito, 22 días libres para cada audiencia. Todos tuvimos que presentarnos y estar preparados en cada audiencia, aunque los temas eran los mismos para todos.
Unfortunately, due to the procedural rules, we had to each bring an individual case. 22 lawsuits, 22 different escrow accounts, 22 days off of work for each hearing. All of us had to show up and be prepared at every hearing, even though the issues were the same for everyone.
La logística fue una pesadilla para el personal del tribunal, los jueces y los abogados de ambas partes.
The logistics were a nightmare for the court, staff, the judges, and for both sides' attorneys.
Este proyecto de ley facilitaría que los inquilinos se unan en una sola acción para que podamos intentar arreglar las condiciones que nos afectan a todos, como la falta de calefacción y las plagas. Aunque todos recibiríamos el mismo resultado, el proceso sería más sencillo.
This bill would make it easier for tenants to join into one action, so we could try to fix conditions that affected us all, like the heat and the pests. Even though we would all receive the same results, the process would have been much smoother.
Para la próxima generación de inquilinos que buscan responsabilizar a sus propietarios, deseo que este proyecto de ley haga la vida de todos un poco más fácil.
For the next generation of tenants who seek to hold their landlords accountable, I wish to see this bill make everyone's life a little bit easier.
Por estas razones, insto a un informe favorable a la HB 1117. Gracias por la oportunidad de testificar.
For these reasons, I urge a favorable report on HB 1117. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Delegate Stewart, are there other members of your panel you want before you? Okay. Questions for Delegate Stewart or his panel? Okay, I do not see any Delegate Stewart, so we will move on to the other favorable in-person testimony. Erica Palmisano, Matt Hill, Dinesha Rucker, and Nicole Moore.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, I remain Erica Palmisano, a small private landlord, and I speak today in support of House Bill 1117. If you missed my other appearances before this body, you may wonder, why is a landlord speaking for a bill that makes it easier to have her income temporarily deferred or for her tenant to sue her? It's a running theme in my testimonies. Not all landlords operate the same. I've shared how small and large landlords operate in consistently different ways. This time we are united, facing a different division between landlords who pay attention to and pay maintenance for safe buildings and landlords who make money off of tenants enduring unsafe housing. Right now, bad actors in our field profit from their inattention or blatant disregard for the law and for tenant safety. Their competitive advantage arises from our legal and moral qualms and their tenants' functional powerlessness to hold them accountable. Our state should lead the nation at providing safe and affordable housing, but Maryland ranks 32nd among the states for severe housing problems in a recent poll. That's so many properties with significant issues. Building housing takes time and smart policies. Bills before you already address that. Ensuring existing housing is safe, however, is far easier because landlords are already legally obligated to do that. This bill doesn't create an inspection burden. It addresses how tenants hold landlords accountable in ways that you've heard described already. My fellow landlords may worry about nuisance suits, but I see a much likelier outcome, a more level field where we're not competing with landlords defying the law and where tenants know they can expect redress from landlords who don't respect their safety. I urge you to give House Bill 1117 a favorable report, and I thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Chair Cormier and members of the committee. My name is Dinesha Rucker. I am here on behalf of the Homeless Persons Representation Project. I am an attorney there at HPRP, and we are here in support of House Bill 1117. HPRP does work in Baltimore City, PG County, as well as Montgomery County. Through our work in those areas, we observe a lot of conditions, issues that typically permeate throughout multifamily units. Two particular issues that we see is the issue with infestation, whether that's rodents or rats. A lot of times when we bring forth those issues and they are resolved with one unit, they traverse to another unit or multiple units. This bill in particular would encourage landlords to answer and resolve and repair those underlying problems that we're seeing in our work. Additionally, HPRP definitely supports the existence of mold as one of the conditions. Mold being one of the conditions would carry the same burden as the other conditions that are already listed in the statute. And for these reasons, HPRP urges this committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Moore. I am a renter and a resident of Baltimore City. I work as a peer recovery specialist at Sinai Hospital. I support HB 1117, which will allow tenants like me to have more rights and safety housing that doesn't threaten the health and safety of me and my family. I live with my daughters and her children in a row house in Baltimore City. We moved in last year, and after the first big rainfall, we started hearing serious flooding. My daughter's room is in the basement, and it flooded so bad we were waddling through a small pool of water. We let the landlord know right away, but they still haven't fixed it. We lost several $100s worth of belongings in the flooding. My daughter, who has special needs, must be supervised closely to make sure she does not play in the basement. On top of that, the doors and windows doesn't secure properly. So someone could come in. I told the landlord about this, but they haven't done anything. I'm always worried someone's in the house, and I'm constantly stressed about my family's safety. Always calling my daughter to check in on her. It's hard to sleep. I just started therapy, try to work through the stress that has been put on me. I want to pay my rent, but only what's fair. I shouldn't owe the full $2,050 a month after dealing with these issues for so long. I filed an escrow case, but my lawyer had warned me that a judge would typically require the full unabated rent to be paid into escrow, which would be hard for me to afford. I might not be able to do escrow just because I can't afford something that I might not even owe in the first place. Tenants like me need a fair access to court proceeding to address serious conditions issues. The bill will make the possibility for me, and for this reason, I asked the committee to give a favorable report on the HB 1117. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name again is Matthew Hill, Public Justice Center, Renters United Maryland. I'll just say I've been doing this for 15 years, working with renters facing eviction and severe housing conditions, and this happens all the time, and it has to stop. It's not just my experience. If you notice, we refer in our testimony to a 2016 report by the Baltimore Sun, finding that rent was reduced in only 6% of the cases reviewed by the Sun. It's wrong. And, you know, I just want to say we don't require a credit card debtor or anyone else to pay all that they may owe into an escrow account in order to have their defense heard. And yet somehow we treat tenants that way. And it's just a double standard that makes no sense. And so we'd urge a favorable report.
Thank you to the panel, particularly for the personal experience. Are there any questions for these witnesses? Okay, thank you all. We have one virtual favorable witness, Kim Sauer, Office of Baltimore City Council Member Christopher Burnett. Please go ahead.
Greetings, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kimberly Sauer. I'm here on behalf of Council Member Christopher Burnett, who represents the 8th District in Baltimore City, to urge a favorable vote on House Bill 1117. Strong tenant protection laws build trust between landlords and tenants, fostering a positive relationship and promoting responsible property management. Supporting protections for tenants regarding the exposure to mold should absolutely be included in that. That's why in 2020, our office established the Baltimore City Mold Task Force. Membership includes housing attorneys, physicians, mold remediation experts, public health experts, community housing advocates, policymakers, and more in an attempt to address the negative health outcomes we know the long-term exposure of moisture and mold conditions cause. Additionally, navigating the rent escrow process is not only incredibly challenging for tenants who already have limited capacity, but since COVID, our office has had to make it part of our regular job function, assisting constituents from the initial filing to well beyond the conclusions of these cases. Sadly, more often than not, judges dismiss valid requests for rent escrow as landlords do not have a legal obligation to properly remediate the mold. The inconsistency in rulings causes unnecessary expense for tenants and in turn puts significant burden on social support systems. When clear escrow cases are dismissed without resolution, and given the affordable housing crisis we are faced with, most families are forced to remain in unsafe, unhealthy living conditions. Having an attorney who is well-versed in this type of law will lead to better case outcomes and fairness in rulings. It should be noted that safe and healthy housing conditions attract businesses, community investment, and contribute to neighborhood revitalization, thereby boosting economic growth all around. Families who rent should not have to compromise health and safety because current society has deemed that a luxury and not a human right. We urge a favorable 1117. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have additional in-person favorable testimony from David Wheaton, Jennifer Mercer, Jacob Kimiak, and Maria Enriquez. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Wheaton. I'm an attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, also known as LDF, and I will also try to be brief. And I'm speaking in favor of Maryland House Bill 1117. I'll try to talk about something that folks haven't brought up yet, and that's the connection between mold and health disparities, especially with Black children. Research has shown that substandard housing quality is more likely to be experienced by people of color, which in turn exacerbates racial health disparities. Substandard living conditions and residential housing can expose residents to serious toxins like mold, which can lead to physical health problems for tenants who live in those units. Just recently in Prince George's County, a Black child was hospitalized due to mold after complaints to the landlord went unanswered. A national study from the Associated Press showed that Black children are more likely to live in rental housing with mold, and studies have shown that poor housing conditions can harm tenants' mental health, which can impact a tenant's quality of life. Poor housing quality can lead to health conditions that worsen not only individual health outcomes, but also the health system over time. A report by the U.S. Surgeon General estimated that household mold contributes to 21% of all asthma cases and more than a third in Black households. HB 1117 helps keep renters safe and holds landlords accountable for non-repairs. All tenants deserve to enjoy a home that is safe and habitable. Overall, tenant protections like the one found in House Bill 1117 are designed to protect tenants from discrimination and to help ensure a safe and sanitary living condition for tenants. For those reasons, we ask a favorable report out of committee. Thank you.
Good to start. Sorry, first time doing this. My name is Jake. I'm an attorney with the organization CASA. I'm also an Equal Justice Works Fellow there. And CASA is proud to offer its support for HB 1117. CASA is the largest membership-based immigrant rights organization in the Mid-Atlantic region, with more than 120,000 members in Maryland. Each week, CASA attorneys like myself provide same-day representation to tenants facing eviction in district court. And that puts me in an interesting position because while I ideally would be able to talk to tenants well before their case starts, on the day that they decide not to pay their rent, oftentimes I'm meeting them right on the day that they're moving into court. So I'm speaking on behalf of those CASA members and tenants, most of whom who are working class Black and Latina immigrants who feel deep in their gut that there's an injustice that's going on. They sense that it's not right for them to have to pay this rent to this landlord who's forcing them to live in deplorable conditions, rats, mold, as you've heard from all of our tenants here, and from some who will still testify from our organization. These tenants are making a brave choice. They're deciding that if their landlord won't fix their conditions, they'll no longer pay them rent. Instead, they're choosing to pay for medical bills, food that they need to get by, and in response, their landlord tries to evict them for failure to pay rent. The problem with our current law is that unless the tenant has the money ready to pay into an escrow account, not just for the rent going forward, but also for her past due rent, that tenant will be most likely evicted from their home. We need to build an escrow system that is available for those who need it most, not just those with the legal know-how and means to immediately pay 6 months of back rent. And that's where the bill before you comes in. Strengthening the warranty of habitability and codifying it will guarantee Marylanders safe rental housing and create a defense to past due rent and unsafe housing. It will incentivize landlords to fulfill their obligations to tenants under the law, and it will refocus our escrow system on a fair future rent, a power that judges rarely exercise today but have the ability to order by clarifying confusing language in that current law. By passing these additional protections, you'll be leveling the playing field and ensuring all Marylanders have access to true, safe, and just housing. Thank you.
Chair Corman, members of the committee, my name is Jennifer Mercer and I'm a staff attorney at Pro Bono Resource Center of Maryland. As part of my work, I appear in Baltimore County District Court 4 days per week, and I've provided same-day representation to about 600 tenants there, for about 600 cases. Every week, I hear of appalling conditions, as you heard described by the other panelists, and from what I gather, future panelists as well. It's to the point with certain properties where I can usually predict what a client will tell me about conditions before I ever even speak to that client based on the name of the property that appears on the complaint. Most of my clients that I counsel do not know about rent escrow before I speak to them. It is then my obligation to explain to them the barriers associated with rent escrow under our current law. Those barriers include time. My clients have to attend multiple hearings each hearing individually. In spite of their caregiving responsibilities, many of my clients work multiple jobs as well, so this can be prohibitive. They may have responsibilities to care for children or disabled family members. Another big one is cost. My clients are low income. They have often spent their own money on fixes such as extermination or space heaters, so they don't have the entire rent amount to deposit into escrow when called upon to do so. It bears repeating, Delegate Stewart said, but I believe it should be repeated that no one here would want to live in properties like the properties where some of my clients live, nor would they want anyone they care about to live in these properties. But my clients don't have the resources to just leave. They must rely on rent escrow to have a chance at getting justice for the conditions in which they live. By allowing joinder of multiple tenants to escrow, House Bill 1117 would make escrow that much more accessible to people who need it, and the rebuttable presumption of 50% of the rent amount would put escrow within reach for more tenants. I therefore urge a favorable report on House Bill 1117. Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Enríquez, soy residente del condado de Montgomery, miembro activo de CASA, una organización de lucha por los derechos de inmigrantes en los inquilinos. Yo estoy buscando seguridad, estabilidad y oportunidades para la familia del futuro.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Maria Enriquez, and I'm a resident of Montgomery County and an active member of CASA, an organization that fights for the rights of immigrants and tenants. I'm seeking security, stability, and opportunities for families in the future.
Estoy aquí hoy para testificar a favor de esta ley. La ley no solo se trata de justicia, es una cuestión digna de humanidad básica, justicia cuando los propietarios no mantienen un ambiente habitable para los inquilinos. En el 2022, nuestras acciones de alquilino en el complejo de apartamentos Montgomery Guairo ganó una docena de casos a través del depósito de renta aproximadamente de 120 unidades. Tenía exactamente los mismos problemas. Sin embargo, solo se escuchó 12 en estos casos de corte.
I'm here to testify in favor of this bill. This bill is not just a matter of justice, it is a matter of basic human dignity and justice when landlords do not take care of their buildings. In 2022, our tenant association in the Montgomery White Oak apartment complex won a dozen cases through rent escrow. Approximately 120 units had exactly the same problems. However, only 12 of these cases were eventually heard in court.
Los propietarios son rápidos para demandar cuando la renta se paga tarde, solo un día refiriéndose a una violación de contrato. Sin embargo, cuando no mantienen condiciones habitables a los que tenemos derechos dichos en nuestros contratos, demoran, necesitan más tiempo cobrar la renta. Igual el año pasado estuve en la galería cuando el delegado Stewart dio el ejemplo que si alguno de ustedes o sus familias enfrentan a la misma situación, no lo tolerarían. Bueno, estoy aquí para representar por qué los permitimos que las familias de clase baja y las comunidades negras, morenas, que enfrenten esto día a día.
Landlords are quick to sue when rent is delayed by even just 1 day, citing a breach of contract. However, when they do not maintain habitable conditions to which we are entitled under our contracts, they delay and need more time and still charge the same rent. Last year, I was in the gallery when Delegate Stewart raised the scenario that if any of you or your family members were facing the same situation, you would not tolerate it. Well, I'm here to ask why we allow it for working class families and Black and brown communities who face this daily.
Hoy vengo aquí humildemente, les pido que apoyen a la ley.
I come to you humbly and I ask that you support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. Jake, congratulations on your first hearing.
Thank you.
We'll call up Emily Towie, Montgomery County Renters Alliance, Daphne Hernandez, Evie Yost, and Nashana Kess. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Emily Towie, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Montgomery County Renters Alliance as one of our outreach coordinators. The Renters Alliance is Maryland's first and only regional nonprofit dedicated exclusively to renter outreach, education, organizing, and advocacy. Since our founding in 2010, the Renters Alliance has been an unwavering advocate for expanding and strengthening renter protections, which distinctly aligns with the goals of House Bill 1117 regarding tenant remedies for dangerous defects in the home. The Renters Alliance is in strong support of House Bill 1117, which will protect tenants from living in substandard housing without tangible recourse. We would like to thank Delegate Stewart for reintroducing this important bill and for his longtime commitment to protecting renter rights. House Bill 1117 will empower tenants with an accessible remedy for dangerous living conditions by allowing them to keep their landlords accountable for serious defects in the home that threaten their life, health, and safety. There is a shocking disproportionate amount of rent escrow cases filed compared to the large number of tenants suffering in uninhabitable living conditions. The Tenant Safety Act will improve the feasibility and effectiveness of the rent escrow process by allowing tenants under the same landlord to join a single rent escrow case with their neighbors who are experiencing the same repair issues. This will help combat the fear of landlord retaliation by providing tenants with the opportunity to join together as a collective. Tenants will also be protected with the warranty of habitability so that they don't have to pay the full amount of rent when landlords refuse to make repairs that tenants are entitled to. If passed, this bill will streamline the court process by allowing tenants to recover attorney costs and fees if they win their case. This provision will encourage attorneys to take on rent escrow cases, helping to narrow the gap between tenants living in unsafe rental properties and tenants successfully filing for rent escrow. For these reasons, we strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you all for your time.
Dear Chairman Corman and members of the committee, my name is Daphne Mimi Hernandez. I'm here today to express my support for Bill HB 1117. I wanted to focus on two important aspects of this bill: the recognition of mold hazard conditions and the provisions of the attorney's fees. Upon moving in my residence a few years ago, I immediately started experiencing health issues, including significant weight gain of 30 pounds, and I developed asthma. After an inspection I had of my home, it revealed that I had mold contaminants throughout the home. Some which strands were contaminants and some were very carcinogenic. Several high levels of micro overgrowth was found in my intestines. I had to have medical testing done, which was extremely costly, and it exceeded over $5,270. Despite the repeat attempts of addressing the issues with my landlord, it took no action. This prompted me to contact Prince George's County Code Inspection and pursue legal actions and filing a rent escrow. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to receive free legal aid, so I had to hire a private attorney. He did initiate this legal process. However, when my landlord attempted to retaliate and evict me as a tenant holding over action, my attorney advised me to just move out the house. Then he withdrew my rent escrow account against my will. This left me with no resolution and dealing with a mold problem and an attorney bill of over $7,900. This is unfair to the tenants who bear financial burdens and legal expenses that occur during the landlord neglect of the tenants. This bill provides an opportunity to address the issues in recognizing mold as a substantial health hazard and also for the attorney fees. I urge the committee to please support this HB 1117 and help protect the rights of the tenants. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Hello again. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee, for listening to me and the panels today. I am Tiffany Fisher, sitting in for Nashana Kess. I am the president of Allegheny County NAACP, as well as the third vice president for the Maryland State Conference NAACP. I'm here today to talk about the Queen City. We've heard a lot about the other counties today and the King City of Baltimore, but the one thing that Allegheny County has in common with Baltimore, Cumberland has in common with Baltimore, is that we have the highest percentage of working class people that fall into an income that cannot afford to purchase a home, but make too much money to go into any type of government assisted housing. And these are the folks that are at risk when landlords do not fix up their property. They are too afraid to go to court because they cannot find another place to live that that fits their income. They're too afraid to complain because the landlord will take them to court for tenant holdover. And these are the folks that we are seeing in my community that are working every day and still trying to find a place to live or going to the Union Rescue Mission. So when you are looking over this bill, I ask that you don't just look at the fact that it deals with poor people, disabled people, people that are marginalized, but it deals with the working class, middle class Americans, people that are your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, your children. This is something that we can do to prevent them from being stuck in a situation, not because they don't want to work, not because they want to live in filth, not because they've done anything other but pay their rent and their landlord is not holding up his hand of the contract. We have no problem taking tenants to court and making them hold up their end or they will be evicted. What happens to the landlord when we have to live in those conditions?
Good evening, Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Evie Yost. I'm an attorney with Disability Rights Maryland. I'll try to keep this brief and highlight just one of the comments from my written testimony. The current rent escrow process is not accessible, whether that's barriers to physical accessibility, getting into court to file, attending an initial and then multiple subsequent hearings on their own, or the burden of appearing pro se, like the majority of tenants are in rent escrow cases, and establishing all of the necessary facts to build a case. By allowing neighbors to join their cases when appropriate, HB 1117 would decrease barriers, especially for tenants with disabilities, by allowing them to build upon common issues of fact established through their joint cases. Joining cases would also incentivize landlords to make repairs for low-income renters who may receive rental subsidies and themselves pay little to no rent. For these renters, their tenant portion of rent alone is not enough to incentivize their landlord to make necessary repairs, which may be costly. But when able to join complaints with their neighbors who might pay market rate rent, these tenants would then benefit from the same financial incentives that the rent escrow process relies upon. So for these reasons, Disability Rights Maryland would strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, particularly for the personal story. I do not see any questions for this panel, so we'll turn to our final panel. It's a panel of unfavorable witnesses: Aaron Greenfield representing MMHA, Catherine Howard, Regional Management, Inc., Grayson Wiggins, also MMHA, and Ryan Washington, AOGA.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're fortunate in that Mr. Wiggins made a mistake, so he won't be testifying. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of the Maryland Housing Association in opposition to House Bill 1117. Where do I start? The bill adds the existence of mold to the specific reasons you could pursue a rent escrow action. This committee passed last year, Chapter 347 of 2023, the work group on mold standards and remediation to study information on mold assessment and remediation to determine the best practices for identifying mold. That work group continues to meet, is due to submit a report to the General Assembly in October of this year. Until that work group concludes its work, explicitly adding mold hazards, I think, is premature. I do believe that a group of residents could join a rent escrow in a joinder action now per the Maryland rules, but it is very much at odds with the intent of the rent escrow statute. The purpose of the Maryland rules on the joinder of parties is to simplify and expedite proceedings and to avoid the useless publication expense and possible uncertainty of more than one trial. On the other hand, the typical rent escrow case involves the need to address a particularized problem or problems in a specific tenant's rental unit. In many cases, a rent escrow action can result in multiple hearings, tracking the progress of abatement on a specific issue in a rental unit. For the vast majority of escrow cases, there simply will not be the commonality between questions of law and fact. An escrow account would still be required for each individual plaintiff. A finding of fact would still be required on the specific conditions alleged. Even if common questions of fact or law exist between the plaintiffs, the highly individualized relief required by the statute would likely subvert the purpose of joinder by prolonging the proceedings. And for those reasons, I respectfully request an unfair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Ryan Washington with the Apartment Office Building Association. I'll be very, very brief as it's been a long day. Just want to give a personal shout out to the delegate. We met back in September to address our concerns. I'm looking forward to the amendments on this bill. Just to kind of highlight some of the concerns that Aaron was mentioning in terms of just the joinder, essentially making the court process more complex and more drawn out as it already is in our previous discussions. Mold is also another one of our concerns in the bill, as it's still being vetted out through the state. And there have been cases where not for the housing provider, but for the tenant, where mold was asserted as a defense against the housing provider. So look forward to working with the bill sponsor on ensuring language is tight with this bill. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Howard for Regional Management. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. I do see that there has been a lot of work done on this bill. We would certainly find it worthwhile to continue that work on this bill. One of the things that has jumped off the page at me with regard in this bill is that it does not appear to me that there's any room for code officials in the local jurisdictions who usually, at least in Baltimore City and Baltimore County, go out to check on alleged problems in a unit. That there's nothing in this bill that indicates that that's going to be continued in this bill. That would be a real blow to getting things done as everybody indicates they want. I think that there is a problem with the attorney fees bill, attorney's fees in the bill. It all seems to go to the fact that the tenant is going to be the one who's going to recover attorney's fees and costs. However, there are lots of times when the situation is either a problem that is done or exacerbated by the tenant. And in those cases, the landlord should be equally entitled to either attorney's fees or some kind of recompense in that situation as well. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I appreciate everything that you're doing. But at this point, I just say I think that this bill is a work in progress.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to guess that neither of you represent slumlords. I'm going to guess. But you've heard some of the conditions that people are living in. Help us figure out what is the solution. Status quo does not work, wouldn't you think?
Well, I could just say, some of the response, I agree with where you're coming from. Not all landlords are the same. And I very much appreciate the stories and find them, to be very troubling. And they've made a very compelling case. I do think, though, there are a number of tools that already exist in law that can address it. And I can't speak to these individualized cases, but for instance, you know, the retaliation that some were concerned about, there's already a retaliatory action statute on the books. And so, you know, rent escrow exists for a reason. That's a tool. It may be imperfect. And it may need to be improved by virtue, you know, of this vehicle in some form or fashion, but there are already tools that exist. But, you know, I see the gap that you're pointing to.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for this panel? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 1117 and the bill hearings for this afternoon. Subcommittee announcements, Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you know, when I go home at night and I don't see y'all's faces, I'm overcome with emotion and regret and longing. And so not only did I make you guys stay late tonight with my bill, but now my subcommittee is also going to meet. So we are going to do the Land Use and Ethics Subcommittee at 6:30, and we're going to, in all seriousness, try to be as brief as possible. Thanks.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know how many of my folks overlap with land use. Thank you. So we will meet beginning at 6:30. We do have a long list that I want to get through thoroughly, but 6:30 on Zoom.
Great. Thank you all for the hard work this afternoon and this evening. See you soon.